to acknowledge the presence of our committee vice chairs. We have Vice Chair Senator Nancy Binay, Vice Chair Senator Mark Villar, former Secretary of the Department, Vice Chair Senator Francis Tolentino. Morning, Your Honors. And of course, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of the DPWH officials led by Secretary Manuel Bunoan, Senior Undersecretary Emil Sadain, Undersecretary for Regional Operations, Eugenio Pipo Jr., Undersecretary Roberto Bernardo, Undersecretary Maria Catalina Cabral, Undersecretary Eric Ayapana, Undersecretary Ardeliza Medinilla, Undersecretary Carlos Mutuk, morning, Undersecretary Ador Canlas, Undersecretary Anne Charlene Lapus, Assistant Secretary Joy Manginsay, Assistant Secretary Ray Peter Gilye, Assistant Secretary Mel Jan Versosa, Assistant Secretary Marichu Palafox, Assistant Secretary Constante Llanes Jr., ASEC Neri Bueno, ASEC Medbier Malig, Director Genevieve Quaresma, Director Alex Bote, DBM Chief Budget Specialist Cheryl Magluyan, Supervising Budget and Management Specialist Valentino Andrew Ursulino. Anyone I missed, Comsec?
All resource persons have been acknowledged.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, Secretary. Any introductory remarks from our colleagues before we turn it over to the Secretary? Yeah, please. Vice Chair Senator Mark Villar, please.
Good morning, and I'd like to greet my former colleagues and friends from the DPWH, and I'd like to express my support for the budget of the DPWH. I have the highest regard for your performance. Just earlier, I was reading that the disbursements of the DPWH have been on a very sharp upward trend, and I'd like to congratulate the DPWH for that, and especially for their accomplishments, the continuation of a lot of the infrastructure projects, the big ticket infrastructure projects. They're moving along quickly, so I'd like to commend the DPWH for their efforts. Not always recognized, but speaking from my experience, it's amazing the accomplishments of this department. So I'd like to express my full support for your accomplishments, my full support for your budget, and I'd like to commend all of you again for your continued hard work in service of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the department appreciates your support. Thank you, Vice Chair Senator Mark Villar, of course, former Secretary of the DPWH. So no more comments from our colleagues. Secretary, will turn it over to you for any presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And well, first of all, we would like to extend our deepest appreciation to the chairman of the committee of Finance Committee of the Senate, and for giving us this opportunity to present our proposed 2024 budget, Mr. Chairman. And we have a short presentation on the overall program, proposed 2024 expenditure program of the department. But let me start to say that the proposed 2024 National Expenditure Program of the Department of Public Works and Highways is consistent with the administration's 8-point socioeconomic agenda. And in order to for a robust economy, inclusive and resilient society.
I'd like to acknowledge the presence also of Vice Chair Senator Bato de la Rosa. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Well, again, the program hinges on basically on ensure food security and, of course, to reduce transport and logistic costs. Next slide, please. And the department, next slide, please. The Department of Public Works and Highways, Your Honor, under Executive Order 124 is the engineering and construction arm of government. And basically, it is responsible for the planning, design, construction, and maintenance of infrastructure, especially national highways, flood control, and water resources development system, and other public works in accordance with national development objectives. Under our responsibility, Your Honor, the department program outcome would be to basically to reduce the travel time, improve road network quality and safety, and improving, of course, the lives and properties protected from natural disasters. Mr. Chairman, under the present administration, which took over in July 2022, and the Public Works and Highways, we are pleased to report that from July 2022 to August of 2023, the department has completed the improvement, rehabilitation, maintenance, also the construction of about 709 bridges, constructed, maintained, and rehabilitated as well. We have undertaken about 2,863 flood control projects, 6,532 rainwater collector system, and we have also implemented 282 kilometers of farm-to-market roads and 10 kilometers of farm-to-mill roads. And we have constructed for the Department of Education 4,384 classrooms within the period here, Mr. Chairman. The strategic infrastructure programs aligned with the Philippine Development Plan for 2023 to 2028, as we have pointed out, will be in the areas of traffic congestion program, with the development of what we now call the high standard highways and expressways, bypasses and diversion roads, flyovers, interchanges, and underpasses. And to address and to provide seamless and inclusive connectivity via national and local linkages, we have planned within the Philippine Development Plan actually to improve the entire Daang Maharlika Highway, which starts from Lawag all the way to Zamboanga within the next 5 years, Your Honor. We will be constructing inter-island linkage bridges. Many of these are actually going to be mega bridges in the program. We will, of course, implement gaps and missing links along national roads. We will continue to improve the national nautical highway network system and continue to implement convergence programs with the Department of Tourism, Department of Transportation, the Department of Trade and Industry, and the Department of Agriculture. In addressing resilient and sustainable communities, we will continue to implement integrated water resources management and to address flood mitigation structures in major river basins and principal rivers, water impounding projects, rain collectors, and drainage capacity improvement. We will have to address also disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation program through national bridge rehabilitation and seismic improvement, road network redundancy projects, and rehabilitation retrofitting of public buildings, and in social infrastructure program, we'll continue to develop what we have started for the development of evacuation centers, basic education facilities, and other infrastructure projects in support to national peace and security. And for active transport program, we'll continue to implement bike lanes, networks, and pedestrian infrastructure. Mr. Chairman, we would like to present actually the trend of the DPWH budget over the years from 2016 to 2024. You will note in the screen that there has been, from 2016 up to 2023, there has been a steady increase in the total budget of the department. In 2023, under the approved General Appropriations Act, the total budget of the department in 2023 is 894.2 billion pesos, which is actually 14% increase from that of the year 2022, which is actually 786.6 billion pesos. In 2024, Your Honor, the proposed budget of the department under what we have submitted under the National Expenditure Program is 822.2 billion pesos, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. In terms of capital outlays, also there has been from 2016 all the way to 2023, there has also been a significant increases in the capital expenditure program of the department. Again, in 2023, the total capital outlays of the department in 2023 is a total of 873.92 billion pesos, including those that we received from other agencies. And under the proposed 2024 budget of the department, the capital outlays would be a total of 778.51 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman. In terms of the breakdown of three major expense class and personal services, maintenance, and capital outlays we have shown here actually in colored presentation what has been the total proposed 2024 budget as against the amount that has been allocated in the 2023 budget. For personal services, under the National Expenditure Program proposal for 2023 is 11.868 budget. What was allocated in General Appropriations Act is the same amount. In 2024, the proposed personal services would be about 11.9 billion, which is actually 1.84% of that of 2023 budget. For maintenance and other operating expenses, for 2023, the proposed budget under the National Expenditure Program was 25 billion. What has been included in the General Appropriations Act was 6.86 billion. And again, in 2024, we are going to propose again a total of 25.549 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman. For capital outlay, what we proposed under the National Expenditure Program in 2020 in 2023 is 680.75 billion. What was included in the General Appropriations Act is 874.609 billion pesos. And for our proposed 2024 budget is going to be 783.657 billion pesos, which is actually 10% lower than that of the GAA approved budget for capital outlays, Mr. Chairman. Now, the breakdown of the maintenance and operating expenses, Mr. Chairman, the total proposed under the National Expenditure Program for 2023 was 25.49 billion. What was released in the General Appropriations Act is 6.8 billion. Now, for 2024, we are going to request the same amount as what we have proposed in 2023, which is actually about, again, 25.549 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman. In capital outlays, for
Yes, po, support operations.
is for support to operations breakdown, for pre-feasibility, feasibility study, preliminary engineering, and detail engineering. We proposed in the National Expenditure Program 15.9 billion. What was released is 1.1. And now we're going to again request and in our 2024 budget 15.9 billion pesos. For payments of right-of-way, we requested 37.587. In the GAA for 2023 is 1.6 billion. But for 2024, we are going to request another 35.126 billion pesos for the payment of right-of-way. And for the payments of contractual obligations, 2 billion we requested. 400 million was included in the GAA for 2023, but for 2024, we are going to request in our National Expenditure Program another 3 billion, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to go through a summary on the next slides under the comparative allocations by regions, Your Honor. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. This is just to show you the comparative allocation of capital outlays by region. For instance, under the National Capital Region, in 2023, the allocation for capital outlays in National Capital Region was 57.29 billion. And in our proposal for 2024, it's going to be 55.64 billion pesos. In Southern Luzon, the total capital outlay allocation would be in 2023 is 212.17 billion. And our proposal for Southern Luzon for 2024 is 154.24 billion pesos. In the Visayas, 2023 General Appropriations Act budget is 154.34 billion. And in our National Expenditure Program, we're going to propose 129.15 billion pesos, Your Honor. In Northern Luzon, the capital outlays program in 2023 was 231.06, but in our National Expenditure Program proposal, it's going to be 169.75 billion pesos. And in Mindanao, again, in 2023, 198.9 billion pesos was allocated for capital outlays, and in our proposal for 2024 is 169.26 billion pesos. I will end up for the time being, Mr. Chairman, and the department would be ready to answer any.
Thank you very much, Sec Manny. First is the order of questioning is as follows: Vice Chair Villar, Vice Chair Binay, Vice Chair Tolentino, and Vice Chair De La Rosa. We'll turn it over to the former Secretary, Vice Chair Senator Mark. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Yeah, Sec, I just want to, I was looking at this, your presentation, and I hope we can, I'm supportive of your desire to, of course, increase the budget to our flagship projects. I think they're very important. And along those lines, just like to ask if there's any what are your updates with our inter-island bridges, particularly the Bataan Cavite and the Panay Guimaras Negros Bridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Your Honor. For the Bataan Interlink Bridge, the detail engineering design is almost complete, Your Honor. For Panay Guimaras, the detail engineering design is for. Unfortunately, it's going to be rebid. The consultancy services for the detail engineering design. But we are very confident that we will be able to award by December this year, and so that the detail engineering design will probably commence by early next year, Your Honor. Now,
To
again,
acknowledge our Minority Leader of the Senate, Senator Coco Pimentel. Morning. Thank you, Sec.
again for Bataan Cavite Interlink Bridge, Your Honor, we will be presenting this bridge project to the NEDA board by Friday for their confirmation on the adjustment of the schedules. Again, and this is going to be financed by the Asian Development Bank. I think after the NEDA board, then we will start to negotiate for the loan agreements for the financing of the bridge project. And we hope that we can start bidding part of this, the contractual, for the first quarter of next year, Your Honor. And for Panay Guimaras, I think after the detail engineering, in 1 year, I think we should be able to implement should be able to implement the civil works in 2025.
Permission of Senator Villar. For confirmation lang, Sec Bonoan, yung Bataan Cavite, maglaland ata yung bridge sa corridor. Tama po ba?
Hindi po, Your Honor, I think it will land in Maribeles.
Mariveles.
Yeah, Maribeles. There is a proposed off ramp only.
Sa
from
corridor ho.
Corregidor.
Okay. Thank you.
From Naik,
From Naik,
Sen. Villar.
Naik to Maribeles. In Naik, in Cavite to Maribeles, Your Honor.
Just to confirm, the procurement is next year, next first quarter next year. This quarter, the procurement of the Batang Cavite, or is it
Next year,
next first quarter of next year?
first year.
Okay. The procurement, the detailed engineering design is finished. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Your
So
Honor.
yeah, that's. I just wanted to get an update, and I want to again congratulate the team for your continuous hard work. And I can see that the projects are moving. My only question is there anything that we can do to support? If you had a request from the legislative, is there something, Secretary, that we can perhaps do to ensure that these flagship projects are receive the support that is necessary?
Yes, of course, Your Honor, we would really like, we would like to solicit the support of our allocation for the foreign assisted projects in 2024 so that we can move on in the implementation of these flagship projects, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you, Sec. That is duly noted, and again, thank you for answering my questions, and again, congratulations to the DPWH family.
Gandang project yan, Sec. Sino ba nag-umpisa niyan?
It was,
Alam
it
naman
was
natin.
started during the time of the past administration during the incumbency of the good senator.
Thank you, Sec Manny, for saying that. Hindi matanong ni Sec Mark eh. Hindi niya mapuri yung project, pero kami na mapuri.
Thank you, Chairman, for that very valid question. And
Next is Vice Chair Senator Villar. Thank you for your very brief questions, Senator Mark. But
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sec Manny, yung mga road projects po ng DPWH, may greening component po ba siya?
Yes, Your Honor, meron namang kaming greening components in places where we would like to, especially in areas where we can actually implement actually yung roadside development and in particular actually in some of the urban areas, Your Honor. But yeah, we encourage actually yung greening
So, Sec,
program.
kasama ho yun na kailangan parang
But
highway, may tree-lined.
yes, but we would like to emphasize that actually we would encourage it to the extent possible that yung right of way nandoon na po sa labas, almost nasa labas na ng right of way.
Okay. Tapos ano yung update lang? Kasi, well, for example, sa Antipolo along Marcos Highway, I think siguro, Mr. Chairman, it's been more than 10 years. Meron hong mga road widening, hindi ho binaball out yung puno. Sa parang nandun yung puno, na semento na yung gilid. Actually, well, in the side of the road. So, nangyayari ho, imbis na magamit siya, nadaanan ng sasakyan, nagiging parking lot siya ng tricycle. Ano ho ba yan? May constraint ho ba kayo? Kasi si DNR, hindi kayo binibigyan ng permit to cut? Or, kasi parang sayang. Ayan ho yung picture. Nakita niya yun, no, nakaharang yung poste. In fact, I think meron ho kayong budget na 2 billion for the relocation. Ha? No, ano yan, Antipolo.
Meron nga, this is one of the challenges that we are actually facing.
Senator Gatchalian raised this in the last 2 years, I think, if I'm not mistaken, no? Natanong niya bakit. Ano ba yung constraint natin dyan, Sec?
We have had challenges over the years actually coordinating with yung mga cooperatives actually, Mr. Chairman, particularly in one is the valuation of the cost of transferring the poles and second is the ability of the cooperatives to transfer it by themselves actually kasi although we have lately we have already
May abiso naman ho kayo dun sa co-op na parang in 3 years from now, may road widening kami. So paghandaan na natin yung paglipat ng poste.
Actually, Your Honor, even when they started to put up their poles there, meron na ho silang may conditionality on sa relocation of their poles whenever the department would need to widen the roads, ganun na. But it's easier said than done, actually, admittedly, because of the kwan naman intricacies in devaluation and actually yung locating the electric poles. But lately, Your Honor, because of this predicament, we have again sat down with the National Electrification Administration, who is overseeing actually itong mga electric cooperatives. And I think we should be able to come up with a more
Di ba, Sek, habang tumatagal ho, yung cost din of transferring, tumataas din siya. I mean, katulad ho nito, matagal na hutong sa sumulong, Marcos Highway pala, na nandun yung posting. Yes, meron ata interventions.
Yeah, I think if I remember also, I guess the problem with these posts is that when it comes to technically they're supposed to move it. The agreement is they're really supposed to move it. Unfortunately, with cash flow issues, they're not able, and they have to find a relocation site, which they're not always able to do. So hence, they're not able to move it. But at the same time, the project has to be finished at you have a certain time period to finish the project. So you still have to continue with the project, even though oftentimes these cooperatives don't have the means to so hintayin mo lang. You cannot bulldozer the lines because syempre that's kuryente yan, kaka-brown out if something happens to the line. So the DPWH cannot just arbitrarily move it. So that was the challenge. I'm just sharing this because that was the challenge. We cannot move it. We have to wait for them. The problem is they don't also have the resources to move all their lines, which usually are very numerous. Although technically they're supposed to. That was the agreement. So that was the challenge.
Pero like, for example, next year, you have a 2 billion allocation
that's correct.
para pondohan yung pag-relocate na itong mga poste.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I think with that, kahit papaano may mauusog na tayo. Kasi kung ang problema ho nung co-op is yung pera pang usog, at least meron na hong pwedeng ibigay si DPWH.
That's
Mr. Chair,
correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, with the permission of Senator
Vice Chair. Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro, Mr. Chair, yung explanation ni Senator Mark na pala. Senator Mark, sorry.
Parang gusto mong ibalik sa department si Sec.
Senator Mark. Well, naintindihan natin yun, pero alam mo, Mr. Chair, siguro, DPWH should make a bold move on this problem dahil alam nyo, pag may namatay dyan, may nabangga, hindi man ang kooperatiba ang sinisisi, kayo man. Kayo ang minumura sa Facebook talaga. Galit na galit. Ano ba itong DPWH na yung poste na ito, patay na naman yung kapatid ko, patay na naman yung kapitbahay ko, nabangga, ganun eh. So kayo talagang sinisisi ng taong bayan pagdating dyan. So dapat siguro, persahin na nyo yung mga kooperatiba niyan kung ayaw kumilos dahil hindi sila ang sinisisi, kayo. Kaya ang dami ng aksidente talaga actually nangyari. Sana, ilang years na, may yung mga poste na nakita natin dyan, ilang years na yan, hindi pa rin nagagalaw. Kasi siguro, mga kooperatiba, problema ng DPWH yan. Sila naman ang sisisihin pag may namatay dyan, nabangga, hindi naman kami. Di ba? So, dapat kayo siguro, sir, I just sort of recommendation on your part na sana paprosahin ninyo itong mga kooperatiba na kumilos. Dahil sabi ng mga netizen, kung nakakamatay lang yung mura namin, baka marami nang namatay dyan. Di ba? Dahil nga, ilang years na sila nagmumura. Every time may mamatay, may madisgrasya, motor, bumangga sa poste, talagang galit na galit yung mga tao. So siguro, ako, advice ko lang sa inyo, baka mas magandang prosahin na ninyo. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair De La Rosa. Back to you, Senator.
For this year, how much is your budget for the relocation?
For this year,
Sa
for this year, Your Honor, I think what we have received, we have in our budget for this year is only 50 million. A law of 15,000 to a million na ho kung marami yung kuno nila, Your Honor. Actually, the other predicament that we can see from the cooperatives is that pagka nagkuno kasi sila naglipat sila ng ng electric poles, they cannot cut the service, no? So, the line is still there. They have to replace it with another line. Yun ho ang predicament
So,
nila eh.
hindi po yun yung papatayin yung kuryente, tapos yung
Eh.
poste rin, ililipat lang.
Yes.
So, they have to create a new...
They have to create a new line.
A new
And so,
pole.
ang kanilang kwan ho dito, when they discuss this with us, kung naglilipat na sila ng bagong linya, gusto nilang i-improve yung linya nila. So, they're waiting for their additional yung budget before they can actually
grade, they want
yep. Yung relocation cost lang. So, this is where the
component pa din ho na sasagutin si
opo, yung
Co-op.
cooperative.
Okay. Thank you. Siguro sana lang with that 2 billion budget, kahit pa paano gumalaw naman yung
Yes po.
paglilipat ng mga poste.
poste.
Tapos siguro Sec, hingi lang ako ng update dun sa roads leading to tourist destinations.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Siguro lang ho, in general, kung
Your Honor.
ano na yung completion rate, and then siguro you can just submit to the committee a more detailed report.
Yes po. Thank you.
Senator Nancy is the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Tourism.
Yes po. We will do that, Mr. Chairman.
Tapos, alam naman ho natin na may mga ongoing reclamation projects. Ano ang participation ng DPWH? Because, for example, yung design ho, nakokonsult ho ba kayo kung dapat iwasan nila itong baka meron kayong ginawang flood control program or may floodway. May ganun ho bang consultation na ginagawa with DPWH? Even yung road network ho, syempre pag natapos na yan, yung magiging constraint niya doon sa existing road network na tinayo ng DPWH.
I don't, well, from the information that I had been given to me, Your Honor, because these were pre-approved before. And I understand that the department only issues no objection basis on the proposed reclamation project. And we did not have any technical inputs in the overall design of the reclamation projects.
Parang wala ho kayong participation. Yeah. Pero hindi ho dapat hindi ho ba dapat na may participation kayo? Kasi paano ho kung kunyari yung isang existing program nyo na ano ba yan? Floodway or mababarhan pala ng reclamation project?
I guess eventually when it is going to be developed, yung mga na-develop na, Your Honor, especially on yung integration of yung mga roads, traffic, mobility in the area, vis-a-vis dito sa mga existing roads natin, then I think we will be able to coordinate with the developers on this matter.
Siguro we can recommend, kasi there's a standing committee investigating yung reclamation. Baka nga there's a need to include DPWH dun sa process when it comes to approval ng reclamation projects. Kasi parang kayo yung mag-aayos niyan pag nagka-problema sa dulo eh. Okay, and then tas hingi lang ako ng status dun sa mga natayo ni Senator Mark during his time, yung mga isolation centers.
Yes po, I think yung mga evacuation centers, I think we have started to turn over this to either the local governments or to yung sa Department of Health for yung mga completed and for them to use it for other purposes at this point in time. We have
Ang ginagamit
Opo.
pa din po siya. Pero I would assume hindi na siya isolation center.
evacuation ginagamit na po ng either hospital extensions o kaya evacuation centers, hindi na ho isolation yata.
Yun na lang siguro, last na lang siguro, Sec, baka pag meron ho kayong project na scenic, in fact, I've raised this with Senator Mark during his term. Kasi napansin ko, like, nung papunta ako sa Mayuyaw, gusto kong huminto para mag-picture taking. Kaso lang wala siyang parang spot na pwedeng mag-park yung sasakyan for a photo op. Kasi nga, walang ganung parang easement. Yeah. I mean, when we travel abroad, di ba, parang merong area where you can do yung mga photo ops mo
Konting-
as a scenic site. Road planning na may ganong provision. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Mga
Thank
rest
you.
areas along the way.
Not necessarily nga ho rest area. It's more yung pwede lang mag-park yung car for like a few minutes na hindi kayo makakasagabal doon sa traffic.
In some jurisdictions they call that a rest area. So I think but in here the rest
Parang a
area is a
view
more complete facility.
Baka
But
more of a
yeah.
view deck kasi pag rest area ho, parang maglalagay pa ng restroom and whatever. It's more of a view deck.
Opo. Mga laybys.
I would like to acknowledge also one of the committee vice chair, Senator J.B. Ejercito. Morning, sir.
I think lay-by. Mukhang ganun ho. Pag nakita niya na scenic yung spot. Lay-by. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Secretary.
Vice Chair Nancy Binay. Well, we have to give the privilege to one of the Senate officers, to our Minority Leader. So, if he's ready, Minority Leader.
I will allow our colleagues who came in earlier,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
That's very gracious of you. Thank you.
For today only.
For today only. Okay. Thank you, Minority Leader. So that's will follow Vice Chair Senator Francis Tolentino is next. Yeah. You have 10 minutes, sir.
I'm fully supportive of the budget of the DPWH. Just want to raise some clarificatory questions, specifically as regards the tatag ng infrastruktura para sa kapayapaan at seguridad program or the TICAS program. Apparently, Mr. Chairman, just to edify me and educate me here, I'm seated right beside the Chairman of the Committee on National Defense. There is an apparent decline in the convergence program. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman? 12.88%. Bumaba?
Yes, yes, Your Honor, medyo bumaba ng allocation namin for the TICAS program because we medyo nag-focus lang kami doon sa core program namin for 2024.
So, yung pagbaba po ng convergence program, we can assume baba din si TICAS program. And can we be specific how much percentage was the decline for the TICAS program?
This year, Your Honor, I think the allocation is 3.8 billion. 3.8 billion this year and from 6 billion last year.
So, halos mahigit kalahati po.
Sorry.
And I likewise, following your presentation, I just saw the share given to Mimaropa by region as just 6.11%. And from this year to next year, and how much was the consequential decline? Mimaropa.
Is this for TICAS, Your
Yes,
Honor?
yes,
or-
yes. Yes.
For TICAS only, I think we'll have to get the data by region, Your Honor.
Wala kayong kopya ngayon.
Wala
Siguro,
daw kami for-
paabot nyo na lang sa committee ito, specifically this representation
Honor.
would be
Uh,
very interested in
Yes.
knowing the share given to
TICAS.
the province of Palawan
Yes,
in
Your
the
Honor.
TICAS program.
Yes, Your Honor. I think one of the reasons also why there has been a reduction in the allocation for TICAS, Your Honor, is because for 2024 kasi yung allocation for the TICAS is focused now with DND. Kasi yung allocation for the PNP is actually under the LGU. Devolved ho kasi yung PNP. So the police is actually now under the DILG. So,
Yes, I understand. Pero what I'm saying, I've been conferring with my seatmate here, the chair of the Subcommittee on Finance of the National Defense, Senator De La Rosa. Pag nakalagay ba ho sa halimbawa, Air Force hangar, is it part of the TICAS program, or if it is lodged within the budget of the Department of National Defense, paano ho ang pag-determine nun? Saan mapupunta yun? Sa TICAS o nakabukod dun sa DND? Educate me, sir, medyo
most of the facilities for national defense, Your Honor, is included in the TICAS program. So it's the National Defense, the Department of National Defense that would endorse to us kung ano yung mga facilities that they would like to be incorporated in the program, TICAS program of DPWH.
but the budget will be lodged with the Department of National Defense. Sa DPWH.
DPWH po.
DPWH. Siguro na lang po to abbreviate this, may I ask from the good secretary the individual allocations given to the Philippine Army, the Philippine Navy,
Yes.
the Philippine Air Force, as well as the Philippine National Police for the TICAS
Yes.
program. Let's gayatin na po natin ito per branch of service. I'm very much interested in this, Mr. President, because apparently the consensus is really to give a bigger chunk of the pie to the different branches, and I just saw it lumped in your social infrastructure program.
Yes.
Tama po ba yun, Mr. Secretary? So siguro po kung mabigay po sa amin yon, mabigay sa akin before the end of the day, before the end of this hearing, wala na po ako masyadong katanungan doon, especially as regards the allocation given to the Philippine Navy doon po sa Mimaropa side. Alam nyo na siguro yung tinutukoy ko, West Philippine Sea. Didiretsuhin ko na. So, yun yung po nakikita ko na dapat po siguro maliwanag ngayon. Pero nabawasan pa. Sabi nyo ng kalahati for this year, coming from 6 billion this year, next year magiging 3.8 billion na lang po.
Yes, opo.
Yung 3.8 billion, can we subdivide this into Philippine Army, Philippine Navy, Philippine Air Force, the
Yes.
Philippine National Police?
Yes, you can do that, Your
Siguro,
Honor.
wala nang tigwa 1 billion yon kasi 3.8 na lang ito. Di ba?
Well, what I'm looking at actually is the TICAS program for some of the regions, Your Honor. For example, for Region 4B, 261 million. This will be part of this are actually for the runway in Balabac, ammunition storage facilities, antenna tower in Palawan, barracks building in Palawan, and yung storage facilities in Palawan as well. So
I understand. Siguro, in the interest of confidentiality here, padala nyo na lang sa amin.
Yes, opo.
Oo. Padala nyo na lang sa amin. That's, I was leading into that. We understand the confidentiality of this, but just the same, I think they deserve to have a bigger chunk of the pie, especially that area. And this was well ventilated during the lower house hearing. Yun lang po, na I understand that, Mr. Chairman. So, hintayin na lang po natin yon. Wala po tayong, siguro before the end of this hearing, wala po tayong masyadong katanungan po sa, I'm very supportive of the DPWH family's budget, and I will donate my time to the good minority leader. I will yield the floor to the good minority leader, knowing fully well that he has a lot of questions. It's been sino ba nauna sa inyong dalawa? Mr. Chairman, I'm done with my questioning. I fully understand the confidentiality of some of the matters raised. Bigay niyo na lang po sa akin.
yes, Your Honor.
Salamat po, Manong.
Please
Salamat.
comply with the request for information of Senator Tolentino, Secretary. Thank you. The committee will follow up also.
Thank
Salamat,
you, Your Chairman.
Vice Chair Senator Francis,
Thank you po.
for the concerns. So next is Vice Chair Bato, and then after that, the Minority Leader, and then after Minority Leader, Senator JV, Vice Chair also.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Mr.
sir. Go
Chairman.
ahead,
Dalawang question lang ito sa akin. But before that, baka sabihin nila, si Senator Tolentino lang nagsusuporta sa budget nila. Ako rin, Mr. Chairman, I am fully supportive for the passage of this proposed budget of DPWH. First question, Sir, Secretary. Yung Davao City Coastal Road, nakita natin, tapos na dito sa kabila. Tapos sa kabila din, sa north side, tapos na. Ngayon, ang kulang na lang yung tulay. Yung nagko-cross sa Davao River. Ano bang update doon? Matatapos ba yon yung tulay na yon? O gagawin ba yun?
Ito yata yung Bukana Bridge,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Senator. And I think we have already awarded the construction of the bridge, Your Honor, and I think in a couple of months, siguro, we can start the construction of that bridge. This is about 240 linear meters yata yan to cross the mouth of Bukana River. So that will complete yung panahon ng continuity of the Davao Coastal Bypass Road, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. At salamat. In behalf of the people of Davao Region, that's our pride. Yung ngayon, tuwan-tuwa ang mga tao doon dyan sa Coastal Road na yan. Dahil yung traffic talaga sa main road ay nabawasan.
Saka
How
may-
much more kung may tulay na, tatawid na hanggang doon na sa Lanang area na ang luluwag talaga. So, in behalf of the Davaoenos, salamat, sir. Kung
And
matuloy yan.
that alignment, Your Honor, will go until the yung sa may Samal Bridge.
Yes, sir.
Proposed
Yes, sir.
Samal
Oh,
Bridge.
yun. So, salamat,
And
sir.
may promenade kasi yung coastal.
About yung sir, yung tatlo pala question ko. Sinabi mo sinabi mo yung Samal Bridge Ano na yung Samal Bridge, ano lang development doon?
Yung detail engineering design is being finalized kasi this is design and build, Your Honor. And I think in a few months siguro we should be starting to implement the civil works.
Anong mangyayari na yan, sir? Para bang yung Cordoba Bridge yan na may bayad pagdadaan ka? Or walang bayad? Kung magawa yan, may bayad ba?
Well, Your Honor, actually kasi this is going to be a long span bridge, no? And we siguro if we are actually planning actually ho naman ito subject to consultations with the LGUs and local governments because we would need actually to maintain this bridge. It's going to be an iconic bridge and Yung maintenance po nito kasi is going to be very quite expensive. We are actually contemplating kung pwede ho yung magiging toll road for maintenance. For maintenance and for security. Toll roads for maintenance and security of the bridge here.
Thank you, sir. Anyway, kung magawa na yan, babayad talaga yung tatawid. Dahil kaysa magbayad ka sa barko, yung pere, siguro mas kukunti lang babayaran yan kung tulay na gagamitin. So, salamat, sir. My last question is tungkol dun sa tayo dito, naintindihan natin yan. Kami on our part sa budgeting, kayo on the part of implementation ng project. Yun lang yung gusto ko lang tanungin kayo kung paano maiwasan yung mga comment ng mga tao, yung ordinaryong tao na magbabagulbol. Sa Bisaya yung bagulbol yung nagbumurmur ba? Sabi nila, ano ba itong DPWH? Yung kalsadang ito, matibay pa, maganda pa, binubungkal na. Tapos yung sirang-sira na kalsada doon, hindi ginagawa, hindi inaayos. Yung mga ganong question. We've been questioning that. Kahit ako, nagtatanong ko, bakit inuna itong sinira na okay pa man ito? Sinira na para ayusin. Tapos yung sa unahan, part ng kalsada, sirang-sira talaga, dapat yun ang ayusin natin. So, yun lang, alam mo kung maliliit na bagay lang yan, pero irritating on the part of the public ang makita na may magkukuhin pa na, sayang ang pera ng gobyerno dito. Hindi pa sira, binubungkal na, ayusin na, tapos yung sira, hindi inaayos. Ganun lang. Paano natin maiwasan yan? Alam ko, doon na sa district level na yan, siguro yung programming, kung anong unahin, anong mahuli. Pero yun lang, sana maiwasan natin yung ganun. Yun lang nga, sir, kung anong masasagot mo dyan. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. It's a very technical issue actually yung issue, yung ganyan, it is actually preventive maintenance and reconstruction yung pinag-uusapan po natin dito. Kasi there is a point when the road starts to deteriorate and it would be more economical actually to undertake yung preventive maintenance. Kaya yung medyo maganda-ganda pa ang tingin ninyo but actually the pavement starts to deteriorate. So it will be more economical actually to repave it at that point in time so that we can save actually yung base and sub-base. Hindi na ho na natin gagalawin yung base and sub-base. It's just the pavement that we're going to replace. Yung sa mga kwan ho naman, yung talagang deteriorated and bumagsak na po yung base and sub-base, that's going to be reconstructed po. So it's going to take yung mas malaking rehabilitation, reconstruction ang gagawin doon. So, yun po lang yung may explain namin. In layman's term, yun po yung ginagawa namin. We have to prevent the further deterioration of the sub-base and base before anything else. So, we are just going to replace yung running course lang naman ho. Now, yung talagang bumagsak na po, yung nakikitang talagang worst na worst, that has to be reconstructed.
Thank you for that explanation, sir. Matutulungan ko kayo mag-explain. Ako na rin mismo mag-explain doon sa mga tao pag mayroong nagbagulbol doon. I will explain to them na ganito yung explanation yan. Ganito. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that explanation.
Salamat
And
po, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, I will donate my remaining time to the minority leader. Yun lang.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairperson Bato de la Rosa, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Maganda yung ni-raise po ni Senator Bato. Naririnig rin po natin yan, Sec. Manny. So maganda na-clarify nyo. Pero I think we've reached the point also dahil sa success ng department and the Build program. Parang 99%, if I'm not mistaken, sinasagot sa atin. I used to defend the budget when Senmark was still Secmark. Kasi halos lahat ng national road natin paved na di ba? So you're just maintaining that. So sana ma-expand yung menu ng mga bawat distrito. Connected to dun sa point ni Vice Chair Bato kasi wala nang kalsada, even they have no buildable land sometimes for classrooms. So wala na talaga matayuan ng public works. Maybe we can expand the concept of public works for public parks, for sports facilities. Kasi yan naman ang kulang na sa probinsya nagagawa yung mga sports facilities, pero many urban areas, I think, maybe could use, di ba? Maybe on top of the building. Maybe there are ways that we can be creative about it para, yun nga, hindi yung public, they see new projects being done by DPWH. At saka, may benefit din yun, di ba? Very underrated yung benefits ng sports sa mga bata, etc. And public, I think you've acknowledged in other fora, Sec, yung benefits to well-being to the public nung public spaces like parks, esplanades, di ba? Things like that. Oh. Yun lang, just something for the department going forward. Thank you. We'll now acknowledge the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Magandang umaga po to the DPWH family. Actually, yung issue na rin-raise ni Senator Bato, I think law student pa lang ako, sumulat na ako sa letter to the editor dyan sa Inquirer. I think it was the time of Vihilar. Nakita ko kasi sa Marikina, ganda pa yung daan sinsira na. So, and I was also, the answer was also a very technical answer. So, na mahirap paniwalaan eh. I mean, it goes against the inputs of our senses, di ba? Kita na mata mo, ayos ba eh? Sasabihin sa'yo, sa ilalim bulok na yan. And yet, may nakita ka man na tunay na bulok na, hindi naman ina-actionan. So, siguro this shows the different levels of vigilance among your people, Secretary. Why? And can you explain? Wala ba kayong circular dyan to tell everybody na this is the flow chart? Ganito pa lang, gawin nyo na, check nyo na. Para the practice or the reality does not go against the theory that you are giving us.
Yes, Your Honor, I think the department over the years, actually during the time of, Senator Mark now, meron no yung computer system that is actually monitored the conditions of the roads and bridges all over the country. And this is the basis for the program that we are implementing right now. We now have a good inventory of the conditions of the roads and the bridges as well, Your Honor. So, we have a pavement management system na, which tells us actually what is now the condition of the road, yung sa bridges, ganun din po. And what kind of intervention we have to undertake, Your Honor. It's a little more systematic now at this time.
Pero ocular pa rin po yun. These are not computerized systems na may gauges kayo ron, devices. Ocular, you visit your engineers, siguro your best engineers, visit the public works projects, take a look at them, and then file a report. Ganon po ba?
Well, because of the extent of the network and the bridges, we are implementing both visual and some equipment that we have used actually yung to validate actually, Your Honor. We have the dynamic testing machines, yung Benkelman machines that determines actually kung ano yung structural strength of the base and sub-base. We have actually yung roughness index measurement, kung ano ng quality of ridership and things like this. That is being input into the system, and this is being centrally fed into our programs, Your Honor.
Parang meron din system na parang X-ray na ganun. It can see the condition below the pavement man tawag mo doon sa stop surface.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
The condition below the pavement masisilip ng yung equipment.
And hindi naman ho, we don't have the X-ray Your Honor, actually, this is what we are saying, to determine the structural value of the underlying layers, we use the what we call the dynamic Benkelman beam test. Ito yung madidetermine mo po kung ano yung structural value. Residual value of residual and structural value of the underlying structures. Your Honor.
Sige, siguro, basta, ang point yan, given the, ano bang tawag mo doon, yung load, given the load of the, or given the usage of the public works infrastructure, there's a way to measure. Ang tanong ko siguro, kasi itong reklamo na ito, siyempre, ang nagre-reklamo dyan ay meron pang fresh sa memory niya na kagagawa lang yan eh. Kagagawa lang yan eh, gagawin ulit. So, ang question ko rito, when there is a public works like roads, what are the warranty periods? And also for bridges, I raised this last year, the collapsing bridges. So, what are the rules on newly constructed roads? For example, how long should we enjoy these roads before they are to be repaired or rehabilitated already, Mr. Secretary?
Again, roads are designed in terms of the cumulative axle, the pavement po. The pavement, well, the structure of the roads is designed on how many cumulative axle loads that will pass through it within a certain period of time. Ang parameter ho that I can remember that we have been using is actually when you design a road, it should be for asphalt pavement, it should be designed for 15 years at least. For 15 years yung economic life. But depending on the number of axle loads that will pass through it. For concrete roads, Your Honor, it will be about 25 years. Again, it is also designed in the cumulative axle loads that will pass through it. For bridges, I think it should be, again, about 25 to 30 years. But hindi ho yung axle load ang pinagbabasehan to. It's actually the gross vehicular weight that passes through it over the years. Now,
To 30 sa bridges?
yes,
25 to 30.
30 years.
Yes, years.
Years, Your Honor. Having said that, during the design life of these roads, you do have to do routine maintenance almost every day. And then you also have to undertake preventive maintenance so that you can extend the life of the project to 15 years. For asphalt roads, Your Honor, the design intervention would be anywhere between 5 years. 5 years, you have to undertake some preventive maintenance. Of course, yung daily routine maintenance has to be undertaken. And for concrete roads is anywhere between 7 to 8 years, Your Honor, yung preventive maintenance program niyan. In order that you could reach actually the design period. Now, the challenge, Your Honor, is actually, as I said, this is cumulative axle load limits that we are talking about. Ang problema lang natin dito, for now, in the Philippines, we have allowed actually an axle load limit of 13 tons per axle. 13.5 tons per axle. This is one of the highest in the world.
13.5
Per axle, yes. And this is one of the highest in the world. Now, the challenge, Your Honor, is actually how to control.
And who determined the axle load? What agency allowed the 13.5
Well,
tons per axle? DP din?
the effort, Your Honor, to control is actually a tri-agency effort. Actually, DPWH is the one measuring. The apprehension, the control of the traffic is with the police, and the imposing of penalties is actually with the LTO.
No, but syempre the police will just follow and the LTO will follow the axle load limit,
Yes.
13.5. But sabi mo, who allowed the 13.5, which is the highest, one of the highest in the world?
It is by law, Your Honor.
What law, sir? Para makita namin, because we, baka kasalanan din pala ng Congress na pinapayagan natin, sirain agad ang mga, ano natin mga daan natin Ano law? What law, sir?
Republic Act 8974 po.
89.7.
Yung anti-overloading law. And I think, di ba nire-revisit nito?
We will take a look at the law, if the law really is that technical, or maybe it's the IRR which is the culprit, and the IRR is not made by Congress.
Your Honor, Republic Act 8794 was, I think it's almost about 30 years
Old.
30 years old, and I think House of Representatives has been thinking of looking at it again, because even the penalties that were incorporated in the original law are actually hindi na ho realistic with the prices commensurate at this time, Your Honor.
We are looking at the law and finding out if the axle load is actually provided in the law. Is it? Dapat mas alam niyo sa amin yan kasi yan. Is it in the law? The law mentions 13.5 tons?
It's in the IRR actually, Your Honor.
It's in the IRR.
IRR.
And who under the law, who is in charge of the IRR? Tapos sasabihin niyo, one of the highest in the world, sila rin pala gumawa.
This was actually, if I recall ho, yung IRR was formulated in interagency. We'll try to revisit, Your Honor. I think it's in the law, yung imposition of the axle.
Okay, Section 12. Rules and Regulations. A committee composed of the Secretary of the Department of Public Works and Highways as chairperson.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're the chairman. And the Secretaries of the Department of Transportation Communications, the Department of Energy, Department of Justice, and the Presidents of the Leagues of Provinces, Cities, and Municipalities as members shall prepare the necessary rules and regulations for the proper implementation of these acts within 60 days of its approval. Okay. Therefore, that the IRR can be amended. A law can be amended, IRR pa. Hindi naman yan nakataga sa bato, sa daan. Daan na bato. Do you get my point?
Yes.
Do you get my point, Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor.
You yourself criticize the axle load as one of the highest in the world. Criticism yun o praise? When you said it is one of the highest in the world, were you praising it or criticizing it?
Well, I think when it was incorporated in the law, Your Honor, I think this was this is what has been legislated at the time because of the effort actually to address yung overloading, and
We brought it down.
I was just given an information, Your Honor, that in Section 6, in Republic Act Section 6, in Republic Act 8794, it says here that the penalty for overloading, the amount equivalent to 25% of the motor vehicle users shall be imposed on trucks and trailers for overloading beyond the prescribed gross vehicle weight, provided that no axle shall exceed 13,500 kilograms.
Okay, so ceiling po itong nabigay, ceiling.
Yes.
Through IRR, you can bring this down. Of course, ceiling. You can bring this down through IRR. You cannot bring it up. Kasi nga, safeguarding tayo. We want to make sure that our public works, especially our roads, will last a longer time, so para hindi tayo gastos ng gastos. You can bring this down through the IRR.
We'll
provided that no axle load shall exceed 13,500 kilograms. So an axle load which does not exceed that does not violate the law.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama. So, when you said that 13.5 tons, tama, tons kasi 1,000 yung, 1,000 kilograms equals 1 ton, no?
13.5.
Sige, gamitin na lang natin yung what is in the law. When you said that 13,500 kilograms is one of the highest in the world, were you praising us for that, or were you criticizing that weight load as being too liberal?
To me, Your Honor, it's too liberal.
Yeah, tama. So ang gusto mo sabihin,
To me,
para
it's
hindi
too
tayo
liberal.
naglolokohan sa lifespan or economic lifespan ng ating mga daan, dapat realistic din tayo pagdating sa axle load na inaalaw natin na gumagamit sa ating mga daan. Is that layman's way of putting it, Engineer Secretary?
Yeah, of course, Your Honor. I think I totally agree with your premise. Actually, Your Honor, the other challenge actually here, Your Honor, is how to impose actually the axle load limit.
To measure it, di ba?
Yes.
Yeah, I get that. Pero the point, doon muna tayo sa limit. Doon muna tayo sa limit because even if you measure it and then you allow it and it is too heavy for our specs or for our roads, di kawawa rin tayo. Then paulit-ulit itong kritisismo sa DPWH and then ultimately paabot na yan sa mga legislators na ano ba yung daan na yan, kagagawa lang, sisirain ulit. Ang explanation, napaka-technical. Axle load. Sino makaintindi niyan? Yung sa bridge naman, vehicular, ano sabi niyo, number of gross vehicle weight. I mean, we are trying to be very practical na in our approach and I hope my colleagues will share this approach na ano na tayo, value for money na tayo. We have no time to waste. We have no resources to waste actually. Sa pagkakaintindi ko, ito yung ang total budget yata natin ngayon for next year pala is 5.7 trillion. Tama ba? What's the bottom line? Can you give me bottom line figures? 5.7 trillion, something like that. Then 2.2 trillion uutangin. Uutangin. Kung gamit ka lang ng calculator sa kada piso na balak gastusin ng gobyerno next year, 40 centavos noon uutangin. So can we afford to construct again or to repair a road which has just been constructed or repaired? Okay. Ayun ang ating, so the longer ang economic life yan, useful economic life, the better for all because if we can spare money for public works construction, sa ibang lugar naman ang improve natin, not the same road or the same highway, paulit-ulit na lang. Nagreklamo na ako niyan actually sa law school pa ako na, pero anyway, na technical ano rin tayo. So ulitin ko nga. So I hope that practical approach is shared by all, no, na hindi lang tayo, well, but there might be a reason, pero okay, ganito lang na, Secretary. Para lang maintindihan, to be fair to the department. Sometimes when we see a construction on the road or on the highway, it is actually just yung tinatawag mong maintenance or preventive maintenance. Is it possible na yun yung nakikita ng tao? It's not really a reconstruction or overhauling or of the road or the highway, but just a preventive maintenance. Yung sinasabi mo na para may periodic period.
Before you answer, Sec, I just want to acknowledge the presence of our Senate Chair of Migrant Workers and Energy, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr.
Morning.
Chair.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Sec.
Well, Your Honor, it can be both. Actually, it can be both preventive maintenance and the reconstruction. It can be both po. Yung nakikita natin na ginagawa sa mga kalsada natin ngayon. As I said, the preventive maintenance is this actually to lengthen the lifespan of the road, but the reconstruction has to be it's a new
With the permission
section
of the
itself.
minority leader, with your permission, I noticed one of the things which really destroys roads also is pag naiwan yung tubig doon and there is no drainage, walang pupuntahan yung tubig. I noticed that eh. Kaya when I was a congressman in our province, we made sure na may drainage kasi maulan doon sa probinsya namin eh. So, lagi dapat may kasamang drainage canal yung kalsada. So, I'm wondering, yung sa kalsada natin, what % of them have drainage canals? Would you know that? Would you have that data, Secretary?
For national roads, it's a must actually that we have actually. the
So
drainage
required
system.
yun,
Yes,
required.
Your Honor. It's
Kasi
a-
sa probinsya, hindi naman, Sec, nung araw, hindi naman makasama yun eh.
Yun
Separate
lang.
yung programming ng drainage canal eh.
And this is part of the routine maintenance that we have
So
to
kahit
undertake.
konkreto yung daan, pag walang mapupuntan yung tubig sa gilid, dun siya naiiwan sa gitna nung
Absolutely po, Your Honor.
kalsada.
Yes,
So
sir.
maybe this is a little peripheral or tangential to the point of Senator, the minority leader. Pero baka bukod sa, because we're just discussing one factor in the destruction of roads, which is the overloading. And by the way, that law you cited is the MBUC Act. It's not the anti-overloading law. Kaya nalito ko. It's the MBUC Act, no? Unless there was an amendment to it. It was sponsored by Congressman Suarez, if I'm not mistaken, in 1999, no? So, ando dun po yung 13,500. And it's a joint responsibility of the DOTR and the DPWH. So, siguro ang tanong minority leader, na nababantayan ba talaga? Kasi may penalty dun for overloading. Eh, ang tanong siguro, but I don't think you can answer it, sa DOTR, how often, you mentioned it how often do you measure the weight of the truck? Di ba? Is it 1 every 10 trucks? Sinusukat. Kasi kung di mo rin alam, yung 9 trucks pala doon overloaded, di ba? Di masisira talaga yung kalsada. So that's a question for another department and another day. But thank you for allowing the interjection, Minority Leader.
But we, Mr. Chairman, at least we got the opinion of our current Secretary of the DPWH that this axle load mentioned in RA 8794 of 13,500 kilograms is one of the highest in the world, and he seems to disagree with such a high allowable load limit. So if you can share, if you're ready with your professional opinion, Secretary, what should that recommended weight be given Philippine experience, context, and culture? I-take account nyo na po yan. I mean, we're old enough to know our country, our people, our workmanship, and how we do public works. So, ano pong dapat natin gawin?
I can only remind I can only my information in other countries, Your Honor. For developed countries, the axle load limit that had been imposed in many countries is actually anywhere between 9.5 to 11 tons per axle, Your Honor. In Japan, I think it's 10.5. In Japan, it's 10.5. In the US, I think it's 10. And in other European countries, I think they're even limiting it to 9.5. Tons per axle, Your Honor.
Is stopping you from amending the IRR, Sec?
Well, I think
Hindi ba napag-uusapan yan?
napag-uusapan po. I think the Committee on Public Works in the House is contemplating actually to look into.
My question, Sen Binay, is what is stopping them from amending the IRR? They don't, yeah. They don't. Pero sa inyo, ayaw nyo ba i-amend yung IRR? To sino bang aangal dyan? Yung mga trackers or
It has to be, of course, in the amendment, Your Honor, whatever amendment in the law, we have to consult, of course.
Hindi, pero sa IRR, you have to consult Congress for
the stakeholders as
the
well.
stakeholders. Okay.
The other thing, actually, Your Honor,
So,
is
but you've never had a hearing or anything, consultative meeting on this topic, Sec?
not for the moment,
okay.
Your Honor. I think the other issue here is the penalty imposed actually is outdated, to my opinion, Your Honor.
In what sense? They would rather pay the penalty than
They would
than follow the law.
Siguro.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
I will be fair to the Secretary, Mr. Chairman. So, I see his point of view. Section 6 kasi ng batas is actually a penal provision. So, if we want to change this, I think it should be by law, not by the IRR. And then let us not be after penalizing the lawbreaker. Let us not allow the violation of the law. It's a matter of policy. Ano to? This is to preserve, safeguard, and prolong the lifespan of our public works, especially our roads and highways. And of course, safeguard the people's money. Yun naman yun eh. Paulit, di ba? Yun eh. Sa tingin ko magugustuhan ng taong bayan to, Mr. Chairman, kasi sila naman na nagrereklamo yung parating lang nakikita na ayos pa, ginagawa ulit. But of course, when the bill is filed, during the legislative process, the trackers will be consulted. Ano ba? At how come, kung ganyan, how come ang trucks na itatapon dito sa Pilipinas ay yung mga super bigat na and violative of EU and Japan regulations? Yun ang tanong eh. Yun ang tanong. Tayo ba'y tagasalo lang din ng mga patapon na truck, Mr. Chairman. So, I hope lalabas sa hearing yan. But, sorry, gawa tayo amendment dito. Yeah. Basta at least, I now see the point of view of the Secretary and understand the situation. But thank you for bringing that out, Secretary, kasi yung lifespan ng ating asphalt pavement, asphalt-paved roads, 15 years, concrete roads, 25 years. Sa mata ng taong bayan, hindi naaabot. Kasi nga, ako rin na ang aking layman's expectation kasi ron, 15 years walang galaw, walang ano, pero to reach that 15 years, you need this periodic maintenance works on the roads. Okay. May konting technicality, may technical matters po. Last year, Mr. Secretary, I raised the issues of collapsing bridges kasi pinag-usapan na rin naman natin itong Samal Bridge ni Senator Bato. Last year, nagkalito-lito kayo. Hindi nyo alam kung may local ba doon, pinasa nyo sa local, inamin ninyo na inyo. So, may we now, okay, may I find out, have there been some other collapsing bridges in addition to what we discussed last year?
I have not been informed any collapse bridges so far, again, under our watch, Your Honor. So,
okay, but last year, ilang bridges
Not
may
last year.
Hindi nyo sinulat eh. I mentioned the San Juan Batilan Bridge connecting Batangas and Quezon, the Borja Bridge in Bohol, Carlos P. Romulo Bridge in Pangasinan. There was also the collapse of the Clarin Bridge in Bohol, or 4 people died. May turista pa yata doon. Malamba Bridge in Davao City collapsed a few days before it was about to be formally turned over, and it resulted in 5 deaths and 2 injuries. Malamba Bridge, Davao City. So, familiar na kayo rito because I mentioned this last year eh.
yes, Your Honor. I think
Disappointed lang ako last year kasi nagkalito-lito. May unang sagot, local bridge yan, sir. Then sunod, hindi sir, atin yan. So, by this time siguro, categorical na po yung answers natin.
yes, Your Honor. Let me just point out yung there's a bridge in Laguna. I mean in Quezon, actually, that was washed out doon sa Bantilan Bridge.
Typhoon po? Typhoon ba yun? Flood? Typhoon?
Yes, I think it was a typhoon actually, and what
Washed
was out,
out.
and it's been being reconstructed, Your Honor, at this time.
That is part of your bridge program?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, it is actually along a national road, Your Honor, that connects actually Quezon to
Batangas.
Batangas, Your Honor. And
How about yung mga nangyari po sa Bohol na which
saan?
which led to lives lost? Mayroong Clarin Bridge in Bohol. Was that yours?
Ay, sa atin ba yun? For the old Clarin Bridge in Bohol, actually, Your Honor, this was replaced. I understand this was already replaced, Your Honor, for an iconic bridge.
Sige sir, ganito na lang. Siguro this time baguhin na lang natin. If you can just submit
Yes.
to my office through our committee, to our chair,
Yeah.
the report on all
These
the
bridges.
collapsed bridges that you know, going back 5 years pa kung pwede.
Yes, Your
Eh, how
Honor.
about let's not wait for an overpass or a bridge to collapse. How about sinking bridges or sinking overpasses? Meron naman ganon?
Meron din, Your Honor, there is one in Iloilo that we are trying to rectify.
Isa lang ang sinking overpass, sinking pedestrian overpass, sinking bridge. Wala, isa lang.
Sinking flyover, o yun.
Sinking flyover. We know of only one. Basta isa. So, paano yan? Now that nalaman namin as laymen, alam nyo yan definitely. Is that your project? Is that a DPWH project?
It is a DPWH project, Your
So,
Honor.
what can we do about mga ganyang situation?
We have done a reassessment on the structural integrity of the bridge, and I think we will have to institute rectification on that flyover, Your Honor.
Posible pa ba yun? Mga ganon? I mean,
It's not going to be simple.
Oo.
We have to redo actually some of the foundations in some of the piers, Your Honor. Medyo nag-sink yung some segments of the flyover, Your Honor.
basta okay kayong mga engineer, naintindihan na niya siguro yan. But siguro kung kulang ng doktor sa Senado, dapat siguro may engineer din dito sa amin, Mr. Secretary, para mag-guide din kami. Sa police matters, andyan naman si Senator Bato, siya na po ang nag-guide sa amin on police matters. So it can be done. And then what happens to who shoulders the concomitant costs? Because we are trying to save a multi-million infrastructure project because of safety concerns. So what happens? So definitely parang in this particular case, the original plan did not work because the structure is beginning to sink. So what? This will be an entirely new project to save a sinking overpass?
It's not going to be a new project, Your Honor. It's just going to be a rectification of part of the structure, Your Honor. So, but definitely there's going to be an additional cost to it, Your Honor. We have to admit there's going to be an additional cost to it.
Yes, I know. I'm sure multi-million din ng cost nito, but in a situation like this, ano ba ang nangyari doon? The location turned out to be not, ano tawag mo doon? Geologically fit for such a heavy infrastructure project. Number one, mali na sa planning yun. Or number two, there was some mistake in the implementation of the engineering details, which led to the sinking of the overpass, and it can still be saved. Kasi doon sa una, if the site is really not fit to host to support such a heavy infrastructure project, can we really save it? Or nagtapon na ng pera, sabayan pa na, dagdagan pa natin ang tapo ng pera. I mean, gusto ko lang, we are not focusing on that particular project, but theoretically speaking ba, kung maulit itong ganitong mga proyekto, and I'm sure this has happened in the past, I'm sure may institutional memory ang iba sa inyo dyan, Mr. Secretary. So, theoretically, how will we approach this? So, another funding in the GAA to save the sinking overpass?
Yes, I think admittedly, Your Honor, we'll have to put up an additional cost by next year, actually, in order that we can rectify and make usable the flyover. Unfortunately, Your Honor, I think there has been some, to me, there has been some nakaligtaan yung geological formation underneath. Yeah.
So
Because I think there are some soft strata underneath that was missed in the geological investigation, Your Honor.
okay,
But
so
this is just one part of the structure. It's not actually the entire structure, Your Honor. So,
yeah, but overpass po yan. I mean, interconnected po yan. I mean, so if we are absolving the engineer or the contractor from mistakes in its construction, we are going all the way back to the planning stage that we missed a critical feature of the soil or of the location. So, how can we now ensure that future mistakes like this in the future will be minimized, if not totally avoided, Mr. Secretary?
Before with the indulgence of Senator Coco, in line with this issue,
Yes, go ahead,
I sit okay,
Senator
Mr. Chair. Yung isabay mo na rin na, Sec, pwede yung Iloilo flyover, controversial, no? Kasi parang ganun din ang problema niyan eh. Soil testing, it's a 600, 700 million peso project na sayang, no? Na ang ganda-ganda ng infra ng Iloilo, airport to the city, ang bilis-bilis ngayon because of that flyover, naging naging source of congestion. So, and what's the plan? Do we redo that? Kailangan mag-file ulit? Kasi I understand, ganun din ang problema. Yung binanggit ang minority leader, parang soil testing din. Pakisabay na rin po siguro. I think it's the same thing.
I think it's the same project that we're talking about, Your Honor. And as I said, you know, we have already we have some plans of rectification on that bridge, on that flyover, Your Honor. I think it will just it is going to be confined in three segments of that structure, no. So it's going to be we will have to do some of the foundations, some of the foundations, and of course rework on the substructure for these three segments, Your Honor.
But with the indulgence again of the minority, who will shoulder the cost kung ito'y may nagkamali? Sino ba nagkamali? Is it the fault? Ang sabi ng contractor, they just follow the design of the DPWH. Ang sabi naman DP, hindi nag-soil testing ng maayos. Yung hindi nagawa yung tamang soil testing. So who will shoulder the cost? Kasi, you know, we're not a rich country and madodoble ang gastos natin dito, Secretary.
Well, the process of determining who is at fault or what happened to it, Your Honor, is actually ongoing, no? And no less than the Public Works Committee of the House is actually doing the inquiry on this particular flyover project. But then in the meantime, Your Honor, what we intend to do is actually to make use of this structure already, Your Honor. We have included some funds in the 2024 budget to implement it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator JV. So, ang tanong pala ngayon is, And how about the funding? Ready na ba yung funding for that to rectify whatever needs to be rectified?
For 2024, Your Honor, we have included actually the total amount in the budget to
How
rectify.
much?
It's, I think, about 180 million, Your Honor, that we have included.
Yung mga ganyan, Secretary, is it automatically the same contractor who will be work on the rectification works?
Not necessarily, Your
Another
Honor.
bidding yan? Another round of
Yes,
bidding?
we will do that, Your Honor.
Sige po. Since we're on the topic of bridges, I raised this Samal Bridge issue eh. Samal Bridge. May nagrereklamo sa akin na mga taga Davao. This project has been suspended as of the moment.
This is ongoing, Your Honor.
Ongoing.
This is design and build, Your Honor, that is financed by the China Exim Bank.
Design and build. So, ano PPP ba yan? Ano, PPP?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, siguro yung
BOT.
ang point yata nung nagrereklamo was who made the decision ito? Who made the decision? Who made the final approval? Yung landing points on both ends, sa Samal side and the Davao side.
There has been a comprehensive feasibility study that was undertaken to determine what would be the most appropriate and economical alignment that will have to be followed. I understand that there have been several alignments that were actually considered in the planning of this, Your Honor, and the most economical and practical solution, I mean, the alignment is what is now being adopted, Your Honor.
But okay, and who made that decision?
Well, it's actually the decision is actually based on the recommendation on the feasibility study that was conducted, Your Honor. So it's the department which adopted actually the decision, and this was elevated, of course, to the NEDA board, for approval, Your Honor, on this particular project.
At the NEDA board level for approval, fixed na po.
Yeah.
Fixed na actually yung landing areas on both ends, and then fixed na siguro yung general look and the materials to be used for the bridge.
Yes, Your Honor, because before we go to the final NEDA board approval on this, I think normally it has to go through the technical evaluation of the technical board committee, ICC, Your Honor.
Yes, oo nga. May reklamo kasi sa akin na maybe the environmental side hindi natin kinonsider. Parang may mga reefs yata ron na importante. Coral reefs na doon, at yun ay magagalaw. Kasi doon yata ang landing area eh. Tama po ba?
Well, this is one of the issues issues that was raised before, Your Honor, but we were able to obtain actually the environmental clearance certificate from the DNR on the alignment of the bridge project in Samal, Your Honor.
Anyway, yung mga affected parties siguro should just seek their remedies in before our courts. Ganun na lang po ang gagawin natin. You have a special sa budget po ninyo, special road fund. Ito ba ang amount? Tama ba ito amount nyo? Special road fund of 15 billion. Hindi ko po maintindihan how that works. That line, there's a line item eh. Special road fund, and I think it mentions the MBUC something. How does that work? It looks like a lump sum to me. So how does that work?
Actually, Your Honor, actually the uh, the funding, the revenue that is accrued to the Motor Vehicle User Charge Fund is commingled already with the general fund.
Okay.
So it's just being part of the allocation or the budget allocation for the department has been sourced from the Motor Vehicle User Charge Fund. And the Department of Budget and Management has advised us that the amount that has been sourced out in our budget is about 15 billion, Your Honor. So, but we don't have any specific program for the Motor Vehicle Research
Hindi,
Charge
you will,
Fund.
ang mangyayari for 2024, in your budget, you will have a line for 15 billion pesos. Sinasabi lang na special road fund. But the details, saan nyo po ito gagastusin? Because this will be now an authority for the department to spend.
Yes, Your
15 billion pesos.
Yes.
But on what?
This is
What are the
attributed-
details?
This is attributed to line item allocations, particularly for preventive maintenance program, because this is and other road safety programs for national roads, Your Honor.
Para lang po maintindihan ko po, pasensya na, Secretary.
It's okay.
15 billion pesos plus, no? You will spend this, nakakalat ito, ang gusto mo sabihin, nakadistribute na po ito sa items ninyo, line items ninyo for construction, upgrading, repair, and rehabilitation of roads, bridges, and road drainage.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun po yun.
Yes.
It is not a new amount. Okay? Basta klaro lang po yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero naka-itemize naman po, meron palang itemization ito. Itong special road fund ninyo, pero separate pa rin. But there will still be other projects under construction of roads, construction of bridges. Meron din iba. So
Meron din po. But I think the 15 billion that has been a source of a part of our budget, doon po namin in-attribute some of the projects that are already incorporated in our program, Your Honor. So we have identified 15 billion of other projects consistent with the Motor Vehicle Research Charge Fund. So we in-attribute lang po namin yun.
hindi,
With your indulgence, Minority Leader and Secretary, we just want to acknowledge the presence of one of our committee vice chairs, si Senator Grace po. Good afternoon, ma'am. Go ahead. Thank you.
welcome, Grace. So, but you stated earlier na kasi we abolished the road board already, di ba? And then, so theoretically speaking, MVUC should now be part of the general fund. So is this presentation of the budget still relevant o dapat hindi na? Para sa future, para mas madali natin maintindihan. Hindi na, di ba? Dapat ang special road fund na linagay ninyo sa, for example, construction of bridges, isama nyo na dun sa construction of bridges. Secretary, kasi if you give, kasi kayo yung kayo na implementor ng mga nag-execute ng budget but if you give me that feedback, then I'll raise it with the DBM. That should be the proper presentation of your budget. Nagkakagulo eh.
Well, I agree, Your Honor. I think ang kulang natin dito kasi we just attributed it because this is Well, presentation requirement by the Department of Budget and Management, Your Honor.
Ganun pa rin, in the budget call, they required you to
Yes.
still segregate the...
Partly.
So siguro you can bring it up with them na ganun na nga. Ang pagkakaalam ko rin kasi ano na wala na yan
Opo.
Pinasa na sa ano. But I'll also bring this up with the DBM in the plenary. Tapos na tayo chairman sa DBM sa committee. So I think sa plenary na lang po. Ito si Mr. Chairman who comes from the province of Aurora, meron daw you have construction, upgrading, rehabilitation, and drainage along a national road, and you will cut down 43 trees in Barangay Nonong Senior, San Luis, Aurora. Is that correct? Kasi meron namang nagpo-point out dyan na those trees were planted by the Quezon family and the DPWH years ago. So sarili din ninyong project po pala itong tree planting. And yet, we will cut them all down. Is there no way to avoid cutting down the trees that you yourselves planted?
Well, I think we're looking at it from the point of view of actually kung what is the requirement po doon sa if the road needs to be widened, Your Honor. I think we, of course, again, we have to get tree cutting permit from the DNR, and there is a policy here that unless we're given the permit from the DNR, we are not going to cut any trees. And there is a corresponding panahon nito. Once you cut a tree, then you have to replace it with 1,000 seedlings or things like this, yung panahon yan, yung equivalent. And this is a requirement of DNR, Your Honor. On this particular road project, Your Honor, I understand that the department has already been issued a tree cutting permit from the DNR, you know.
Yes, you have been given a permit to cut the trees that you yourselves planted. Okay. Okay. The tree planting project was important, very important enough that DPWH itself planted the trees. But siguro nga in the name of progress. But syempre, did you exert your best efforts to avoid to align the project or design the project in such a way that you will not have to cut the trees that you yourselves planted? Ano po ba ito? What is this project?
Your Honor, is actually road improvement
Widening?
project
Widening?
yes.
Hindi ba maiwasan yung trees? Or, I guess yun ang tanong ni Sen Coco, ni Minority Leader. Ayan, si Regional Director. Hindi siya maiwasan? Or,
Well,
Bakit? Bakit di
I
maiwasan?
think, well, we'll try to revisit it, Your Honor, and see if we can
At saka
still
maybe give us a report. What are the guidelines on trees? Why was a tree cutting permit given? And
Yes.
what is the policy with respect to the cutting of trees? Para malaman namin kung
Yes, po.
sa Aurora. San Luis, yeah.
We will
Yeah.
we'll look into it.
Thank you, Minority.
Sige po. So, actually, dalawa na tong in the short period of time that we have been asking questions, we have already pointed to two projects na may environmental concerns like yung Samal, tas ito namang Aurora. So I'm sure marami pa, but how do you input the environmental impact in your planning? Kasi puro tayo economic lifespan, safety features of our infrastructure project. But do we even consider the environmental impact or cost? Kasi right now we're entertaining yung PENCAS. I'm sure I don't know if this is the concern of the DPWH, but PENCAS, which is the parang natural capital, environmental and natural capital accounting system ito eh. Nagdi-discuss pa lang kami sa bill. But yun lang yung question ko po. I mean, is the environment ever considered in the planning stages of the DPWH?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yes, Your Honor. Before we do a major implement a major project in the department, especially on roads or flood control projects, we do an environmental impact assessment initially. Initially, we undertake an environmental impact assessment to determine if it is actually sustainable, and before we get the environmental clearance from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Your Honor. If it does not pass through our environmental impact assessment, and then I don't think, we will not be able to start the project or ask actually the ECC from the ENR, Your Honor.
Is it your own environmental impact or that's the DNR's environmental impact?
It's internal to the department, Your Honor.
You have your own?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who are these people doing the environmental impact assessment, Secretary? Ano ba qualifications nito?
Yes, they are trained actually, Your Honor. Actually, many of these are actually in the regional offices and in the district offices, Your Honor. They're trained.
That's good. And then, but if we pass this PENCAS accounting system, magbabago po talaga ang perspective. I suggest that the DPWH should take an active role in the deliberations, discussions of this PENCAS bill, kasi I think it will really affect the planning of the entire governmental setup, Mr. President. Well, nabulungan na po ako na time's up na daw. Doon sana ako sa flood management program ninyo na 194 billion, but andyan na si Majority Leader eh. So, alam nyo kami dito sa Senado, tag team kami ni Majority Leader eh. So Mr. Chairman, siguro if I will still be around later for second round, I will ask on the COA audit report kasi 96 billion yata itong flagged by the COA as not efficiently implemented due to inadequate planning, etc. So I will be asking on this, and then the COA audit report also mentions that 20 million naman ito, 20 billion pesos worth were not executed in accordance with the provisions in the contract agreement. So resulting in technical defects. So malalaki po ito, but I will reserve this for the second round just in case I will be able to. And yung mga, naubusan lang ako ng time, but this is what I studied, Mr. Chairman, yung redundant entries sa budget ninyo. So if I can just ask for just lang muna, yung principle lang kahit yung principle.
Sige po.
Diba? I mean, I thank some of the professionals who go over the budget. At least may mga there are groups of people in the Philippines na matyaga din to go over our budget, to look at the double funded, triple, quadruple, and quintuple funded projects. What happens, Mr. Secretary, kung naka-encounter kayo ng ganon? You see na twice or thrice funded siya sa GA. So, merong isang, bigyan ko ng example na lang. For example, itong Junction Davao City Diversion Road, Magtuon Road, New Carben, Biao Escuela, Biao Joaquin, Junction Davao Bukidnon Road, Kama Davao City. Oh, merong 60 sa final law, merong 60 million at merong 105 million. So how is this treated? Magdo-double funding ba yung project or makakasama ba sa project because all the more may issue hindi nyo tuloy ini-execute? So how do you treat these double and triple and quadruple, quintuple entries,
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, actually, for 2023, we have noted actually a total of total budgetary outlay of 4.4 billion for double entry, multiple entry projects.
What happened?
Now,
what will happen?
What happened is actually we requested this to the Department of Budget and Management, but the Department of Budget and Management said you can only release this one single project, Your Honor. So in the department, if there would be two separate allocations, we have to choose actually the higher allocation, Your Honor, for one project, and the rest will have to be retained by the Department of Budget and Management, Your Honor.
So nade-delay pa lalo ba yung project? Hindi naman.
One project is being implemented, Your Honor. One allocation is being implemented, Your Honor.
But the allocations, the appropriations, Mr. Chairman, can swing from a low of 58. Ito example ko sa construction of Maydolong Base Road, Eastern Samar. Kasi ang pag-present, Mr. Chairman, construction of point A to point B. And then, ang next entry, construction point B to point A. So, ganun na nangyayari. But it's the same. It's the same 2 points actually. Yung point of view lang na saan ka nag-umpisa. And then, for this particular project, nag-swing ang amount from 58 million, triple entries kasi ito, 58 million, 90 million, and 200 million. So ano sagot dito? How much does the project really cost?
Yeah. Your Honor, actually, nababalidate naman po namin dito what would be the amount that is necessary there. And for this double entry, multiple entry projects under the 2023 General Appropriations Act, Your Honor, as I said, the total amount for double entry was about 4.4 billion. And what has been released by the Department of Budget and Management is about 2.8 billion, Your Honor.
Ko lang, how does it work? Hindi to kasalanan ng para maintindihan ng nating mga kabayan. Hindi kayo gumawa nito actually baka ang Congress pang may NEP, sometimes executive branch, sometimes Congress ang may kasalanan nito. Taga-execute lang kayo. Gusto ko lang makita yung point of view niyo. You're confronted with these entries in the GAA that it's definitely the same project, okay, with 3 appropriations, and the amount swing from one end of the spectrum, a low of 58 to 200 million. What will you do as the budget execution agency?
We validated in the field, Your Honor, what would be the total requirement. If we find that the requirement would be on the high side, then we request for the higher amount to be released, Your Honor.
So all the 3, kunyari ito may 3 amounts, all the 3 amounts are supported with program of works, Ben? Tawag project of works? Wala. I mean, ano ba to estimates na to from out of thin air?
Sometimes, Your Honor, wala pa ko yung hindi pa vetted out sa field. Sometimes, Your Honor, some of these projects that gets into in the multiple entry, Your Honor.
So this is one aspect siguro, Mr. Chairman, of the budgeting process that we can also improve over time na wala pa lang mga parang any detailed engineering plan. Ano ba ang tawag mo? Program of works ba yan tawag na? Yung more or less an idea of how much it will cost. Yun ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi yun lang napansin ko, if a project swings from 58 million to 200 million, I mean, walang pag-aaral kung ganun.
Mr. Chair, I would also like to add to the to the topic of
With the
our
permission of the minority leader.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Senator Gage.
yes, I would like to validate what our minority leader is saying. Kasi sa Malabon, there are 3 separate line items for Phase 6 and Phase 7 of the Dampalit-Muzon River Wall. Phase 6, Muzon River Wall. Phase 7, Muzon River Wall. Phase 7, Dampalit River Wall. Ang daming pare-pareho actually dito, Phase 6 or Phase 7 lang. In Quezon City, there are identical items for flood control structure and flood mitigation structure, both in Batasan Hills, along the Marikina River. A separate item, Phase 9, for the construction of flood control structure and tributaries, also in the same barangay, does not name which river it will be placed on. Are these the same projects? Ay, yun nga, tapos parang pare-pareho lang, hindi naman sinasabi exactly kung point A to point B to point C. So, ito yung sinasabi ng ating minority leader. I just wanted also to chime in on the same concern. So, that's all for now, Mr. Chair. At the proper time, my turn, I'll have a few more questions.
Pwede ako. Mr. Chairman, with the permission of the minority floor leader. So what happens dun sa total nyo? Dinideduct tong double entry?
It's actually a waste of fiscal space. I think no one's saying it, but that's what it is. Kasi we authorized it, pero hindi magagastos yon. So sayang, because that could have been used to, build classrooms. It's a waste of fiscal
And then,
space.
Mr. Chairman, hindi rin siya maliit kasi parang nabanggit niya, it's 4
No,
billion,
it's not.
right?
It's not. It's a waste of fiscal space. So I think we should all parties involved, because Congress is also involved. Pero sa physical inputting, it's done in the House of Representatives with a member of the. I think na we raised this in the DBM budget. Pag gumawa ka ng term paper, 'di ba yung terms come out? Bakit yung mga items involving which are very consequential? Dapat siguro we should exert. I know we're under a lot of pressure because of it's the end of the year and meron tayong deadline. Pero siguro going forward
But Mr. Chairman, wala pa bang use of technology na may
Yun nga yung
software program
Yeah,
na
yeah.
automatic pag tinype mo,
Exactly.
double.
Kung term paper nga, nakikita yung term, di ba?
Kaya nga,
Dito pa kaya? Oh.
Alas sinusulat isa-isa tsaka tinatype.
Well, actually, it's inputted physically. It's a little primitive, the process. So I think we should use technology to improve whatever processes we can, Secretary, di ba? I'm sure you would agree with that. Oh.
And, yes po.
Yeah.
Noted po.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Minority Leader.
ang mga nakakita nito, parang NGO eh. So, kaya nila eh. I'm sure wala rin yung software. Mano-mano, mata yun, tiyaga. So, the chairman informed me that when we encode the GAA pala, pagdating sa DPWH, there is someone from the DPWH who is there. Kasi yung terms yata, yung terminology, how to phrase it, galing sa expert po ninyo. So, ganun lang, konting alertness or more vigilance. So, at this point, Mr. Chairman, andyan na rin si Majority Leader. I will no longer touch on the flood management program budget that is reserved for him. But can I reserve a second round, Mr. Chairman, in case
Of course.
later, yes.
Certainly, Minority
So,
Leader.
thank you, Secretary, to the DPWH for responding to hopefully constructive questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. I'm sure the department appreciates also your telegraphing your punches. Hindi sila masyado nabibigla. Majority Leader, of course, has the privilege of entering or interjecting at any point.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our minority leader, to our dear colleagues. I will just point out just one thing, Mr. Chairman, before I will go to the next round na lang, Mr. Chairman. But considering that the minority leader is so eager to hear the flood control programs of DPWH, may I just put into the record, Mr. Chairman, and please correct me if I'm wrong, sa DPWH family, that right now you have 894.2 billion in 2023, and the budget decreased by 8%, but still 822.2 billion in 2024. But despite the decline, Your Honors, Mr. Chairman, DPWH will still have the largest budgetary allocation. Ulitin ko ho, will still have the largest budgetary allocation among all government agencies in 2024. Higher than DepEd, 758 billion. Higher than DA, with 100, there's a typo error here. And it will also account for 14.3% of the national budget, Your Honor, distinguished colleague. Now, going to the flood control programs of DPWH, if you recall, Secretary, the DPWH family, we made mention in the last hearing conducted by the Committee on Public Highways, headed by Senator Bong Revilla. We found out that there are a lot of programs, flood control programs, mitigating projects that would amount to at least 1 billion pesos a day na ginagamit po ng DPWH. 5 days a week lang naman meron sa isang linggo. And during the hearing of the Committee on Public Works, Your Honor, last August 9, the good secretary, Mr. Chairman, mentioned several times, and the Senate Minority Leader would attest to this because we were together in that particular hearing and the hearing after with the DBCC. The Secretary made mention about Pampanga River Floodway and San Antonio Swamp Ring Dike as the department's major project to address the problem of flooding in Region 3. And let me share this slide, Your Honors, distinguished colleagues. Ayan po, sabi po ni Secretary Bonoan, this will be the major project that will actually, what we think, will be able to contribute significantly to address the flooding problems in Bulacan and Pampanga. This is going to be the construction of about 60 kilometers of floodway, 400 meters. Asian Development Bank po for the 400 meters wide po ito, and this is going to be a major project that will be implemented. Actually, this is an Asian Development Bank for the conduct of the detailed engineering. Design na po ito. Nako, yan, binilugan ko po, Your Honors. Design na po ito, hindi po ito feasibility study. And so I asked, do you have a timeline here, Mr. Secretary? And the Secretary replied, by next year po siguro, we are hoping that we can start this project by next year. In the next hearing, Your Honor, and the chairman of the Committee on Finance would attest to this, in the hearing conducted by this committee, no less than the DBM Secretary, Secretary Pangandaman, said during the DBCC briefing that this project is not included. This project is not included in the 2024 NEP. This representation and the minority leader look at each other. And so we were so surprised upon hearing these pronouncements coming from the Secretary of DBM. The Secretary of DOF has no idea about it. NEDA has no idea about it. Tumigil ho kami dung hearing nun dahil ito na yung pinakahihintay natin. So, if that is the case, I promise the DBCC and the economic managers that I will raise this come budget hearing of the DPWH. Ano ho ba talaga ang totoo dito? Yung last hearing, sinabi ko, ilang beses na po ako nagoyo sa Bulacan. Parang nagogoyo na naman po ba kami, Secretary? So, pasensya na po. But I think I just have to mention this. I owe it to the people of my province. I owe it to the people who are still submerged in waters at this point in time. Can you imagine? Lahat po itong mga nasa lamesa nyo dito, lahat po sila nagpunta na ng Bulacan. Lahat po sila nagbigay na ng ayuda sa Bulacan. Kasi hanggang ngayon po, submerged kami sa waters. And tapos ito yung maririnig namin. So I owe it to my kababayans in Bulacan. I owe it to the people of Central Luzon. Thank you, Secretary.
Secretary, Delikado yan pagka nagtingi na yung majority at minority leader. Kaya ingat ka po kayo sa sagot ninyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Your Honor. This is actually the Central Luzon Pampanga River Floodway Flood Control Project that we've been talking about, Your Honor. Yes, I recall that I said this is a mega project that the department intends to implement very shortly, Your Honor. Now, for now, Your Honor, there are two aspects of it. We have done the preliminary engineering actually, and the Asian Development Bank has committed actually to finance this project. There is no doubt about it. Now, the government through the
And the Secretary, I'm sorry, and the economic managers have no idea about this, Secretary. Because we
I'm
asked
sure
all of
the-
them.
the Department of Finance is aware of
Should
this.
know about it.
The
So
Department
it
of
appears the
Finance.
Department of Finance is
Your-
not doing their job.
Your Honor, actually, the Department of Finance is in the process of acquiring an infrastructure preparation and innovation facility, about $200 million.
Let's cut to the chase, Secretary. When you said that this is not anymore a feasibility study, it is a design already, and
This-
it is actually, is that a correct statement, or you were just carried away during the time? Is it a design already, or still in the feasibility stage?
The feasibility study has been completed, Your Honor.
So it means it's a design already.
It's going to be a design under this
Design
under this,
going
yes.
to be designed, Secretary, or
Detailed
it's a
engineering.
design already?
detailed engineering, because we have done
Detailed
in
engineering.
the feasibility study, we have done a preliminary design. That is why we said it's 60 kilometers and 400 meters. But the actual structural design and the design will have to be undertaken through a detailed engineering design, Your Honor. And this will be under the infrastructure preparation and innovation facility that is now being arranged by the Department of Finance. That will be the loan agreement for this $200 million is actually by December
December of this year.
this December of this year.
So if it is by December of this year, you are still in the right direction, and you still stand by your word that by next year, we can actually start this project.
Well, as far as the detailed engineering design, Your Honor, no, the detailed engineering design will have to be undertaken.
How?
Kasi malaki ho yung kwan ito.
So
Because
minority leader, hindi pa. Design pa rin.
detailed engineering design
Okay.
po, because we have to do the construction plans actually. The detailed engineering plans will involve the preparation of the construction plans.
How I wish, Mr. Secretary, when I heard you saying this statement last hearing, you were able to articulate on that particular project that it's still a design, and there's no way that we can start constructing the project by next year. And you know, the hardest part in this situation, Your Honors, distinguished colleagues, Mr. Chairman, is that people are already expecting a lot from our government, and considering that you have about 1 billion project, 1 billion pesos a day project for flood control, and yet it has it's been the situation is worsening, Your Honors, tapos hindi pa rin pala magagawa. So when are we looking at, as far as timeline is concerned, and I will repeat my question last hearing, you have the timeline here, when will it start, Secretary?
For itong processing pa, detailed engineering design. Well, Your Honor, I think as I said, the detailed engineering design will be implemented by 2024. No, to be candid about it, 2024.
That's the design, Your Honor.
Detailed engineering design,
Yes.
Your Honor. construction design.
Can you elaborate, Secretary? It means mag-start na ba? Mag-construct na ba? Or when would be the construction? And siguro, let's have a timeline na rin. Kailan matatapos natin itong timeline na ito,
I
Secretary?
think, well, if everything goes well, actually in the detail engineering design and panahon na natin, we have already obtained all the necessary environmental and mga issues. We have cleared actually yung mga environmental issues with DP and things like this. I think towards the end of 2020, well, middle or later of 2025, we can start civil works, Your Honor, if we are able to.
Start ng civil works?
Civil works po yun. Malaki ho ito eh.
Okay. And then, kailan po yung completion na...
Mr. Chair, madagdag ko lang, no? With the permission of the minority leader. Kasi the concern of the
Majority.
majority.
Nakalimutan mo na, hindi ako opposition, ha?
Hindi ba? Nalilito na kasi ako. Hindi, opposition kasi yung mga tanong ngayon. Hindi, pero kasi dapat naman, no? Alam nyo, yung mga dike dapat, hindi lang sa construction, kailangan yung kalidad. Kasi it has come to our attention that there are mga kalidad ng flood control ng mga projects. Lumalabas sa mga news reports, yung mga nasisira, halimbawa sa Boac, Marinduque, Legazpi, Albay, 6 dikes in Candaba, Pampanga, Sultan Kudarat, Norzagaray, Bulacan, Santa Catalina, Ilocos Sur, maliit lang na sample yan. Kung maayos ang mga dike, they're supposed to last 50 to 100 years. So, Mr. Chair, aside from actually the lack of infrastructure for dikes, it's also the quality. Sana naman na, this is an ADB project you mentioned. Is there quality assurance?
Absolutely, Your Honor. This is going to be a mega project and we cannot afford actually to make this is going to be a well-engineered project, Your Honor. I don't think that the Asian Development Bank will allow us to implement a haphazard project on this point, Your Honor.
Thank you, that's
We are
all.
going to invest, I think, about, your initial estimate on this project is about 180 billion, Your Honor. Yata.
Well, thank you to our majority leader.
150,
Yeah.
sorry, 150 billion project, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what to say anymore, Mr. Chairman. I'm deeply disappointed that the end of 2025, civil works pa lang. I commiserate with the Senator Grace po, and I agree with what she mentioned because if that is the case, and later on, Senator Grace, I will point one by one the flood control program. I don't know if we have enough time today. I can take this floor until next week and talk about the flood control program. Imagine, Senator Grace, there's 1 billion a day flood control program for DPWH alone. That's this year and 1 billion a day for next year. So if you would one by one look where this money is going and how they are doing and have pictures to show later, you will be deeply disappointed. Secretary, going back to the flood mitigation program, so end of 2025, civil works, and this is a major program, sabi nyo nga po, and this is a game changer. Kanina pa ho si Senator Nancy kumakalabit sa akin, tanong mo naman kung kailan talaga makukomplete. Para meron tayong taga Bulacan din ho kasi siya, sinisingil din po siya. Kailan kaya ito, no, itong ultimate dream ng ating mga kababayan sa Central Luzon na pwede hong matapos, Secretary? All things being equal, walang pandemya, walang hindi pa darating si Lord.
3 to 4 years, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
3 to 4 years.
3 to 4 years. So next admin na po talaga.
3 to 4
Kasi
years.
last admin, disappointed na po ako. Para madidisappoint yata ako ulit ngayon. Mr. Secretary, other than this floodway and the Ring Dike project, what are other major flood mitigation projects in Region 3 that are included in your budget naman next year. Next year po ba, meron ding malalaking projects para tugunan at i-address ang problema ng lumalalang baha sa aming mahal na rehiyon, na Region 3. Kasama po ang ating chairman ng Committee on Finance.
In Region 3, Your Honor, we will be continuing also with yung sa flood control program in low-lying areas in Pampanga, which is actually a Korean-funded project. Phase 1 has already been implemented, and we will be continuing with the Phase 2, Your Honor, which will involve, again, the development of, I think, about 26 kilometers of floodway in the lower reaches of Pampanga, Your Honor. Ito yung kwan din sa lower reaches of Pampanga, so we will continue with that, Your Honor. In the meantime, there are
Bulacan po meron din, no?
there are several projects also in Bulacan, particularly we will now start to implement yung desilting and dredging of the major rivers in Pampanga in the meantime, because this is nakita ho namin that the riverbeds in major rivers has been silted, and actually masyado maliit na yung freeboard on major rivers, so it's actually nag-spill over na
Mr.
every
Chair,
time.
kasama ba sa oversight natin? Kasi itong dredging nakakatakot dahil minsan hindi naman ginagawa and hindi measurable. Can we ask them to send us a daily video of what they dredge and how much they dredge and where they put the materials that they dredge? Kasi kung wala naman tayong proof na mga natatanggal dyan, babaha at babaha. Palagi. Can we do that, Mr. Chair? To get an update?
Secretary, can we do that? Can we get updates from the
Absolutely.
department?
Yes, Your Honor. I think, in fact, under my watch, I also intend to do it. Many of these desilting and dredging activities through by administration.
Oo, tapos
Internal
pakita yung
sa
mga
amin.
video na dinedredge nyo talaga at saan
internal ho namin
napupunta.
to. So sa amin na po to.
Okay.
But
I think what Senator Grace is after is a report as to yung dinedredge saan napupunta. So if you could just submit to the committee and we'll furnish her. Secretary.
yes, Your Honor. We will start. We'll start the silting and dredging operations by 2024, because at this time, for 2023, I don't think we can start it, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
With the
Back
permission
to-
of the majority floor leader.
Yes, Senator Nancy.
May isa lang interjection kasi di ba parang nabanggit ho na 3 to 4 years pa matatapos yung project. But in the meantime, tuloy-tuloy na makaka-experience ho ng baha yung mga kababayan namin sa Bulacan. Well, especially yung Hagonoy. Pero meron ba kayong ginawang pag-aaral? Baka hindi talaga flood control yung solusyon, but we adapt dun sa situation. For example, di ba, parang Venice, talagang lubog, talagang tinanggap na lubog ho sila. May ganun ho ba tayong pag-aaral na we adopt, or for example, sa Florida ho, parang yung design ng mga bahay, ready sila na pag bumaha, kasi wala na silang, parang may silong na yung design ng mga bahay. Hindi ho ba may ginagawa tayong mas ganong pag-aaral na baka itong mga bayan na to talagang prone kasi below sea level yung location nila, kaya we need yung structures na natin yung mag-a-adopt.
That's a very good point, Your Honor. I think sa akin lang, I think because of climate change phenomenon that we are experiencing right now, I think there's probably a need actually to look into this aspect, no, of adaptation to the climate change phenomenon. But in the meantime, kasi technically, ang nakikita ko lang po kasi is actually over the years, there has not been any desilting effort that has been made over the years for 15 years. So I think you can just imagine how the riverbed silted. And actually what I'm trying to say, even if we are going to desilt now, we have to address flood control program holistically. It's the engineering solution is there. But I think there are many things that influences actually flood control. We have to also to look into the environment. Yung issues on erosion, yung land use, and things like this. We can offer some engineering solution, but I don't think, to me, it's not going to be enough
Kasi
unless
for example,
we address
like
holistically.
yung Hagonoy ho, kahit hindi umuulan, kahit summertime, basta mag-high tide,
High tide.
talagang babahayin ho.
Yes,
Baka,
Your Honor.
isn't it high time na i-design natin yung school building natin na nakataas na, di ba? Or naka-stilts na yung design. Kasi nga kahit anong, I mean, we just have to accept the fact na kahit anong flood control, kasi yung location niya, or hindi ho ba,
Yes, Your
baka
Honor.
kailangan may ganong din pag-aaral?
I totally agree, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, one more thing kasi malapit to sa bahay ko. Ikaw, Hagonoy naman eh.
Feasibility study.
Sabi nung majority leader, this is his time daw, sabi niya. This is his time. Hindi, joke lang. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
No, I'm just learning from the best.
Kailan nandito si
Pagka,
Brian
ano.
Okay ako.
Hindi, mabilis lang po. Sa EDSA kasi, kung umulan lang ng malakas kahit sandali, pagdating dyan sa Camp Aguinaldo, talagang baha na. May mga water pumps ba kayo? Kasi kahit na in one area yan nagbabaha, backup yan all the way to Makati. So, can you please submit to our office kung ilan yung mga water pumps niyo, kung gumagana ba, or ano bang nagiging problema doon? That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you to our minority/majority leader.
Test the chair pa yan. Pinagsama mo. Go. If you have any response about the water pumps, Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor. I think the department is assisting actually the Metropolitan Development Authority in upgrading the lahat ng pumping stations in Metro Manila. I think, to my recollection, I think I had been informed actually that there are about 36 pumping stations that are being rehabilitated, no, by the department.
Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Let me also.
Gumagana ba daw yung...
Pakisubmit na lang kasi time ni Senator Joel kung alin yung hindi gumagana doon. Kasi dinig ko merong hindi.
Yes.
Sige.
We
Update
will,
na lang, status update, Sec, siguro, yung hinihingi ni Senator Grace as to how many are serviceable dun sa water pumps, etc.
We will do that,
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Sec. Yes, it's your time, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, I have some questions about it later, and as I mentioned in the opening statement of this representation, I will only ask about flood control progress, but I have Metro Manila Flood Management Project, etc. And just for the record, I will show our chairman of my presentation about the budget hearing of DPWH. This is about 70 to 82 pages, Your Honor. And I wanted to show it to you because I'm not kidding. I actually studied very well in this particular budget hearing. I will only raise flood control program for my first round, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. And I hope that I will not be interrupted for a while, just for this one, for this flood control program. Mr. Chairman, I was asking a while ago about the programs on mitigating flood mitigation program of DPWH, and looking at the data, Mr. Chairman, and based on historical data, actually, DPWH is notorious for having a low disbursement rate. For example, in 2020, it only had disbursement rate of 28%. In 2021, it had disbursement rate of 53%, or just one half of its budget. And in 2022, 61.2%. I can show you the table. It's in table 3 sa ating... Ay, ikaw bang ano din? I need that eh. Anyway, mababa po no, yung disbursement rate. This is also true, Mr. Chairman, for the budget utilization for its flood management program. In 2021, it only disbursed 68% of its budget. 2022, 71%. only 1/3 of its budget has been disbursed. Nasa table 4 po sana yan ng ating presentation. Gusto ko lang hong malaman, Secretary, ito hubag, kasi historically, hindi pa ho kayo, no? Panahon pa ni Sec Mark noon at panahon pa ng maraming DPWH Secretary, mababa po lagi. Oh, nasa kaya si... Secretary, gusto ko lang malaman, ganito pa rin po ba, natukoy na po ba natin yung reason for this low disbursement rate, and what is the department doing to address this?
Yes, Your Honor, I think there are several things that, that affects also the disbursement rate of the department. Well, under my watch, actually, there has been several factors that we have observed, actually. Although under my watch, we have set a...
Buti na sinasabi nyo lagi yung under your watch, kasi naniniwala po ako doon, Secretary. Yung mga nakaraan DPWH Secretary, hindi ako naniniwala.
Ang kwan ho namin, after for ang absorptive capacity ho namin na inaano ko is, this should not be less than, because the CAS program is 2 years, 2 years. 2 years ang implementation. So, for the first year, ang kailangan po naming absorptive capacity namin is 75%. Yung
Secretary, meron po kasing Commission on Audit's recommendation, if I recall, to improve its budget performance. Ito ba, yung mga recommendations po dito are being implemented right now? Kasi ang next question dyan is, ano yung epekto nitong low disbursement rate to the series of devastating flooding that we are experiencing more and more frequently than ever, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor, we have taken note of the recommendations of the COA, actually, on how to improve our disbursement rates. There are several things that we're undertaking. Actually, some of the factors that would affect our disbursement rates actually is in the area of early project preparations, Your Honor, and the early procurement of the projects, so that we can anticipate actually yung early implementation of these projects. But having said that, there are also other factors that would affect our. In fact, when I came in, Your Honor, I increased the delegated authority for district engineers.
I believe you, Secretary. So let's have a good example here, Secretary. For example, and no one is right now contesting the statement of this representation, that indeed, if you look at the budget of DPWH for this year, 1 billion pesos a day. For next year's proposed budget, another 1 billion pesos a day. No one is contesting that. I am ready to debate with anyone at this point in time about it. Now, let's find out. For example, I come from Bulacan. How much is the flood control program, management program of DPWH in Bulacan for this year alone, Secretary? I wanted to find out. And please get ready, because I will ask questions about this, about all this flood control program, because in the GAA, if you look at it, for example, in one district engineering's office in Bulacan, it's only 2.6 billion ang nakalagay. Pero in the entire budget, iisa-isahin ko po sa inyo mamaya, aabot ho sa isang district office pa lang 14.6 billion pesos. Isang district pa lang po ito. And I will also ask the disbursement rate of this particular district, or all the districts. I can ask for it, Secretary, kasi sabi natin, pini-implement na natin itong mga recommendations ng COA, mag-improve na itong... So, siguro, unahin ko muna yung first things first, no? disbursement rate natin ngayon, sa Bulacan na lang, about the flood mitigation projects, flood control program projects, how much ba yung budget at ilan na yung na-disburse? Sa Bulacan, tatlo yung district office. Ganda po, yan ang example natin kasi sila yung tamang-tama ngayon sa baha eh.
Your Honor, for fiscal year 2023, based on the General Appropriations Act, the flood control allocation for Region 3 is about 44.8 billion pesos, Your Honor.
44.8 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, that's
For
Region
Region
3,
3.
Secretary.
Region
para
3.
para ho mas malinaw po sa atin at malinaw po sa mga kababayan ko sa Bulacan na hanggang ngayon submerged sa tubig, ilan po yung sa Bulacan dito? Itong sa 44 billion na ito. Buong Bulacan po.
We'll have to call it out, Your Honor. Sorry.
Secretary, you know what I'm driving at here, to cut to the chase. Just one district engineering office has 14.6 billion pesos na budget. Okay? Oh, let's just talk about it. One district office budget for flood control program, flood mitigation project is actually bigger than one regional office, Mr. Secretary. And unfortunately, we're still submerged in waters. Now, I wanted to ask the disbursement rate. Disbursement rate of this offices, Secretary. Considering that we have now implemented the recommendations of COA and all the programs under your watch, nag-improve na, considering historically DPWH is notorious for having a low disbursement rate.
Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify some of these figures that before I...
Yes, go ahead.
I will just put it into the record, Mr. Chairman, para kasi ako nag-aaral ako, hindi ko alam bakit pinaharap tayo dito.
Thank you.
Hindi ready yung sasagot sa atin. Alam naman nila na taga Bulacan tayo. Alam nila na noon pa natin to para tayong sirang plaka na nire-raise po natin ito. Budget for Bulacan
First is
ng
ito nga, 14 billion flood control.
flood mitigation facilities, flood mitigation structures, drainage systems, etc. Bulacan First District, 14.6 billion. Bulacan Second District, 2.7 billion. Bulacan Sub, ano yung Sub DEO? Ito yung yung bago, no? 2.8 billion. So about 19 o 17 billion. Tama po ba ako, Secretary? Yun po yung flood control program alone for 2023 just in Bulacan. Is that a correct figure, Your Honors?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, yes, yes,
Correct.
correct,
So
Your
that's
Honor.
correct, Your Honor. So out of the 17.3 billion pesos, my next question is, so yan, 17.3 billion, no? Mga kababayan ko sa Bulacan, yun po yung ngayong taon. Ngayong taon po, na flood control lang po yun, ha? Walang ibang project, flood control lang. Gusto ko malaman ngayon, ilan yung disbursement rate nito, Mr. Chairman?
Yun ang disbursement rate.
At this point in time, ilan na yung disbursement rate? Para alam ng mga taga Bulacan. Siguro baka 2% lang. Kasi kung sasabihin 80%, 90%, oh my God. That's really sad for my province mates. Because they're still submerged into the waters.
The disbursement rate for Bulacan First Engineering District is 64%, Your Honor. This is 12.3 billion out of the allotment of
14 billion.
18.8. For
So
Bulacan second,
60%, Your Honor,
64.
Secretary? 64%. Wow.
and for Bulacan second, Your Honor, it's actually 54%.
54%. Mas maliit pa ho yan. 2 billion lang yan. 50%.
I'm
So, Secretary,
Your Honor, let me just qualify a little bit. I was just given the data. This is for all projects, Your Honor. Unfortunately, this is for all projects.
54%.
64% yung disbursement rate, including
No,
flood
flood control lang po tayo, no, Secretary? Hindi nga eh. So, hindi yung flood control.
Hindi lang po.
So, lahat po yan. So,
Yes po.
yun nga ho yung nakakalito, Secretary. I hope you're getting where I'm coming
Yes,
from,
I can
Secretary.
understand you.
I come from a province na
Yes.
hanggang ngayon, gumigising yung mga kababayan ko, bago magkape, lulusong sa baha. Bago pumasok sa kanilang pupuntahan trabaho, hahanap ng lugar saan maliligo. Kukuha ng bangka, kukuha ng pedicab, nakatsinelas, bitbit ang sapatos, pupunta ng Maynila, madaling araw. Araw-araw po. Tapos eto ngayon, yung ating project ng flood control para sabihin sa kanila na may 17 billion. Pero yung disbursement, di natin alam kung ilan. Mahirap po yun. Mahirap po harapin yung mga kababayan nating araw-araw. Ganun yung ginagawa. Siguro, hingi na lang po ako ng report at ano yung gagawin natin tungkol dito. And this is just Bulacan, Secretary. I can go on and on. In fact, Secretary, I don't want to embarrass anyone here from DPWH. I have all the pictures na po pwede kong ipakita sa atin ngayon. Sasama lang huloob natin eh. And then, next year, we have another budget of 1 billion pesos a year for flood control. Are we wasting the money of our people? Ako ho, every time it's not during your time, Secretary, during the time of previous secretaries, I would always ask, ano yung po pwede namin gawin? Ano yung po pwede namin pondohan? Si Senator Angara has been very gracious to me. Alam niya yung problema ng Bulacan. 8 towns yung pinuntahan po niya para magpamigay ng ayuda. Willing na tumulong na magpondo. Pero ako din, hindi ko alam ano yung popondohan, Secretary. Kasi nung una sabi sa akin, gawa tayong feasibility study. 2 years I waited for feasibility study. And then nung last hearing, sabi nyo nga po, wala nang feasibility study. Eto na, may design na. Hindi ko alam ano popondohan namin dito. Kasi kung magpopondo rin ho tayo, yung mga kababayan ko, naghihintay sa akin, may gagawin ako, popondohan. Pero kung yung popondohan nating project, hindi rin pala tama, hindi rin part ng master plan, masisira din po ako, masisira din tayong lahat. So ako, I'm so sorry but I'm so disappointed na hanggang ngayon wala tayong master plan eh. And then ito, makikita natin, I can go on and on, Secretary. Believe me, I can go on and on. In the budget deliberation, kung hindi talaga ako makakapagtanong sa plenaryo, pwede tayong magtanong dito hanggang 2 linggo tayo dito, araw-araw. Iisa-isahin ko po, yung flood control lang po. Iisa-isahin ko, I'm okay with it. For example, again, Secretary, punta tayo dun sa feasibility studies. Yung feasibility study po natin na project, na item dito sa, can you show table 8 please? Sa table 8 pa lang ako, 88 po itong tables ko. May increase po na 1,257% na budget for feasibility studies ng DPWH. Bakit po? Ano kayang feasibility na naman ito? Secretary, natatawa na kayo kasi ilang beses ko naman sinasabi sa inyo ito. Feasibility study ulit, feasibility tayo ulit. I'm sure yung mga bagong senador na nandito, pagka sinabi ko sa atin, feasibility study, good luck. Kasi hindi mo alam kung kailan matatapos yun. Baka dumating na si Lord, wala pa rin yung feasibility study. Tapos pag dumating yung feasibility study, 200 taon uli, 30 administrasyon uli ang hihintayin para... Tapos meanwhile, while we're doing feasibility study, nag-i-implement tayo ng project, itong flood control, andun sa Manila Bay, katakot-takot na reclamation. Sisirain lahat nung gagawin natin. 1 billion a day. This year and next year, 1 billion a day. Tapos wala tayong pakialam. O, pakialam namin dyan. Hindi sa amin yan eh, yung reclamation. Hindi sa amin yan eh. Pakialam namin dyan. Eh, sisirain lahat ng ginawa nyo. Sisirain lahat ng pondo na to. Sisirain itong mga feasibility study na to, gagawin na to. Dito ba sa feasibility study na to, meron na finally about the reclamation na ginagawa. Eh, mula ho nung reclaim dito sa Metro Manila, nagkasira-sira buhay namin sa Bulacan eh. So again, let me ask, itong 1,257 increase, ano hong reason dito? And despite the fact na yung 2023 net proposal of 17 billion is only 1.7 billion, 1.17 in 2023 GAA. Ngayon, ito, may increase na naman. Can we find out what is this, Secretary? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, what you are showing here is actually that, well, we needed actually this amount actually for the project preparations, preliminary engineering activities. Before we start the project, we need to implement actually some field validation on this project. We call this pre-feasibility study or preliminary or detailed engineering design.
Sige
In
po,
order that we-
Secretary, I understand na po, no? Lahat tayo naiintindihan natin yung feasibility study. It just so happens siguro, Secretary, and you know where I'm coming from, masakit na yung naranasan ko, yung experience ko po, no? Kaya po, I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from. I
Yes
talk
po.
to you about this. Secretary, what are the factors that you look into, you're looking at in deciding what feasibility study will you prioritize? Kasi I'm sure madami po yan, di ba?
Marami.
Paano niyo po pinipick, ito, mahalaga tong feasibility study na to. Ito, talagang malaking impact nito.
I think we have thresholds on what types of projects that will not require yung comprehensive feasibility study or what is yung pre-feasibility study or preliminary engineering, detail engineering. Depende ho sa magnitude of the project. Let's say, for example, yung mga 100 million project, we need to undertake 100 million project. We need to undertake yung rapid assessment and pre-feasibility study. Yung ano lang ho, yung rapid assessment and
Ito yung
pre-assessment.
magnitude, yung laki ng project, yung needs comprehensive study, etc. No? Dito ba sa feasibility study na nakalagay dito, meron pa rin po ba dyan sa Bulacan o wala na po? Dahil tapos na po tayo dun sa stage na yun.
Ganito po kasi, I think itong amount na ito, itong yung for pre-feasibility at saka detail engineering design, this is distributed in all regions po to for them. Meron ho, may share for each region and district po dito.
Pero yung let me be specific. Yung flood control, flood mitigation program, hindi na po siguro dahil tapos na tayo siguro dun sa stage na yun dahil naka-6 na taon na po ako dito sa Senado.
Opo.
Tapos na po siguro yun, no?
But, yes, Your Honor. What we are trying to point out is actually yung...
Ay, sigurado pa rin.
Ang kwan lang po namin dito for feasibility study, if you will look at it, Your Honor, we ask for 15.9 billion in the National Expenditure Program. What was released is 1.1 billion. So, you can see the drastic reduction.
And because of that, what projects will be affected?
It's going to be
For sure,
many
malaki.
of the projects that will have to be vetted out, yung mga dapat gagawin ho namin sa field.
Buti na lang hindi nakasama din yung flood control project sa Bulacan. Secretary, kasi wala na ho eh. But I'm worried about it and sabi ko nga ho sa inyo, meron na akong medyo allergic na po ako sa word na feasibility, no. One last issue, Mr. Chairman, bago ako mag-second round na lang, no, about again, I'm just focusing on flood control. Iba pa yung ibang gusto kong tutukan, Mr. Chairman. Yung pong nakaraang pagdinig doon sa Public Works Committee headed by Senator Bong Revilla. You made mention, Secretary, that yung reclamation has to be coordinated effort. I distinctly remember that because it is not done properly and it will be detrimental to the overall objective of solving the flooding problem in any locality. Ayan po, quote-unquote po yan. Sa inyo po galing yan. I totally 1,000,000% agree with your statement. But apparently, during the hearing, DPWH also admitted that it has no direct involvement in the approval process of reclamation projects, and they only have a no objection basis, per se, no? Quote-unquote. Given that reclamation project, Secretary, should be a coordinated effort, and we all agree with it. I think my colleagues here, Senator JV, Senator Nancy, they're both nodding their heads. Senator Bato, Senator Tulfo, Senator Angara, they're all nodding their heads. We all agree that it should be a coordinated effort, no? Kahit na coordinated effort po ito, sa pagkakaalam nyo po, sa kasaysayan ng DPWH, meron po ba tayo na programa o pag-aaral na ginawa o recently na ginawa na itong mga reclamation projects, for example na lang, itong Manila Bay, would cause flooding in Metro Manila and the nearby provinces? Meron na po ba tayo na pag-aaral, Secretary?
Wala po akong naalala that may pag-aaral for the new reclamation projects. What I can recall, Your Honor, is actually the entire where the Senate is sitting is actually a reclaimed area. So it's a big reclamation project years back.
But to your knowledge, Secretary, there was zero studies made by the department on this projects since time immemorial. Wag na ho natin pag-usapan yung ngayong nangyayari, but since time immemorial, wala po. In your knowledge lang, Secretary.
Not to my recollection.
Not to
Your
your
Honor.
recollection.
Not to
Meaning,
recollection, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, wala. And ngayon, pag tumingin ka po dito sa Manila Bay, siguro dapat ang tawag dyan, Manila Sands. Kasi parang ginawang Suez Canal na yung, parang Suez Canal na yung Navy natin dun eh. Manila Bay Sands daw. Okay, Manila Bay Sands. Yan, Secretary, no? Of the proposed 15 billion budget for feasibility studies next year, is any amount dun sa binigay po ninyo, is any amount allotted for a study on the effects of reclamation kasama doon sa amount that you proposed?
Hindi po.
Wala
I don't
po.
recall, Mr. Chairman.
Would you like to have a budget for that? Para, hindi po ba napaka-importante, Secretary, na yung ginagawa po ninyo, flood control project alone in Bulacan. Bulacan alone, close to 20 billion pesos. And then here comes reclamation. Hindi po ba 1+1 na dapat sigurado tayo na itong reclamation na to, hindi sisirain itong lahat na pinaghirapan po natin. Kung ako yung tatanungin yung feasibility nga ho na pinagawa ho sa atin dito, 2 taon na hindi rin naman po sinunod. Pero, di ba dapat meron din? Tingin nyo po? Kasi tinanong ko din po yung DENR and right now, ang sabi ng DENR, it will review the reclamation projects and now they're very careful about it. Kasi nakita na rin nila na sa mga initial studies that they're conducting, talagang nakaka-apekto po.
Well, I think it'd be worth also looking into it, Your Honor. I think if there would be some impact on flooding, etc., but it will need a comprehensive study actually for the reclamation projects.
So you also agree that even before the permits granted to all these reclamation companies, dapat merong comprehensive study. And no less than the Secretary, Mr. Chairman, is saying that, I think we all agree na dapat may comprehensive study na nangyayari. Now, if there's no budget allocated ng feasibility study, perhaps we can allot a portion of this budget ng feasibility studies, or we can augment part of the budget ng DPWH or ano man pwede namin gawin to to have a study on the effects of reclamation projects to flooding. Would you agree, Secretary?
We can look into the possibility of utilizing part of it, Your Honor. The proposed 2024 budget for project preparation activities, Your Honor.
Secretary, meron yung DPWH Sustainable Development of Manila Bay Program. Meron po nun, no, which I think meron. Natapos na ba yun, Yusek Gadi?
Continuing po yun.
Continuing.
It's Mandamos.
Oh, okay. Do we have at least...
It's basically cleaning up of the shorelines of Manila Bay, Your Honor. Yun ang kwan, no?
It has nothing to do with
Not the reclamation.
effects of reclamation.
Hindi po.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I will yield to my colleagues and I will go to my next round later on. I would just like to again reiterate my utmost disappointment dun sa flood control programs and hihintayin ko, Mr. Chairman, yung mga isasubmit, no? I'm very much interested sa Central Luzon disbursement program, nasaan na. Gusto kong makita yung pictures kasi may pictures ako dito na gusto kong malaman kung may mangyayari talaga kasi, Secretary, at the end of the day, we don't want band-aid solutions. Secretary, we don't want band-aid solutions sa mga problema na kinakaharap natin. So maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, for your patience. I'll get back to the budget of DPWH later.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader and Joel. You've been very consistent over the years dito, kaya you're just following through on your and being consistent advocacy mo for your kababayans. Secretary, thank you for answering questions very gamely for for 3 hours and 22 minutes. At saka in fairness sa iyo, wala kang pinapasa. Sa basketball, masama yun. Pero dahil secretary ka, believe kami na hindi mo pinapasa yung pagsagot. How much time would you like for break for lunch? Would you like, it's up to you. 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
Can just a break, Your Honor, and we can continue.
No, but kasi ikaw lagi ang sumasagot, wala kang oportunidad makapag-lunch eh. Usually other secretaries so maybe we do 20 minutes, is that okay? 20 minutes, we can also do 30 minutes if you wish, pero it's your call, Secretary.
20 minutes is okay with
20
me.
minutes, oh sige. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. Dear colleagues, let's resume the hearing in 20 minutes. Thank you. down. We'll resume the hearing. And next to ask will be Vice Chair of the Committee, Senator J.V. Ejercito. Sir, you have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary.
Good afternoon, sir.
And just like to pick up where this was already asked earlier, na napakinggan ko naman po yung gusto ko lang yung tungkol sa standard ng roads, no? Because napansin ko lang po ngayon, marami sa mga roads na yung mga kalye po natin, yung mga drainage po nila, yung mga cover, nasa harap na po. Nasa gitna, no? Before as far as I can remember, before po, ang usual design, yung mga drainage is nandun po sa sidewalk, tapos nandun yung sidewalk. Diba din yung lumang, that was the traditional design, if I'm not mistaken. Kasi po nung, alam nyo, nung bata pa ako, sumasama na ako sa kay Mayor Erap nun frustrated engineer yan. Siya mismo nag-supervise. So, ang alam ko, yung kalye mismo, main road, and then drainage, tapos yung sidewalk, nakapatong.
Conventional design.
Conventional, opo. Pero lately, parang dumadami yung mga drainage nandun na mismo sa kalye, no? Hindi ko alam ba't nagkagano ng design lately na halimbawa 4 lanes nagiging 2 lanes na lang po kasi iniiwasan po yung if I can show you the meron akong picture makinuna din actually mga parang bike lanes po ito. Next yung slide please Yan po, no? Nasa gitna na po siya. Wala na po siya sa sidewalk. Sige, next. Yan po. Tapos,
Your Honor,
yes.
can I just, habang...
Pakibalik doon sa isang slide.
Ito ho ba, Your Honor, yung mga nakatakip na yan?
Yes, Secretary.
Hindi ho ba kaya utility boxes yan, Your Honor?
Parang...
Kasi kung
hindi ba
drainage-
culvert yan? Hindi ba
Kung drainage kami, Your Honor, it should be open yung sa side eh.
Opo.
Yung merong intake pumapasok.
So, these are utility boxes?
Well, we'll have to look at it.
Kasi
look
parang
at them, Your
Mr. Chair,
Honor.
nababaliwala ho yung bike lane. Ako, I bike to work.
Opo.
Minsan iniiwasan mo. Siyempre, talaga maninipis yung goma namin road
Exactly
bike.
po, yes.
Tapos, next po, meron pang iba Kasi yung sa San Juan sa amin, ay yung nasa gitna po kasi culvert na po yung nilagay po nila. Ito sa Makati po ito. Buti wala na si Nancy. Sa Makati po ito, nadadaanan ko. Okay, next slide. Yan po, nasa gitna na po siya. Ito naman po, ito ko sa mamaya na yan. Susunod. Next ba? Ayan. Ito naman po sa F Manalo po, no? Next slide. Ito po parang box culvert na nasa gitna rin po ng kalye, no? Ewan ko, ang laki pong culvert niyan Matagal na po yan ginagawa, pero ngayon ginawa na naman. The time I was a mayor, that's less than 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Ginawa na po yan. Ngayon ginagawa ulit. So tatanong ko lang, siguro yung district engineer report to us, ano po yung ginagawa? Is it being rehabilitated again, being cleaned? Kasi from what I know, hindi naman po heavy traffic yan. So hindi naman pwedeng, I think that road, no? Na kung saan, box culvert po yan. Tapos kalye sa taas. Kaya lang, hindi rin madaanan ho ng Secretary. Dapat 4 lanes yan, 2 lanes ang nagagamit kasi po yung cover ng drainage nasa kalye rin po. So sayang po yung 4 lanes. In effect, nagiging 2 lanes siya. So siguro kung meron updates yung sa yung ito po sa F Manalo sa Sige, next slide. Ongoing po yan. Yan box culvert po yan. Ang laki.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tapos yung kalye nasa dinadaanan po yan. Kaya nga sabi ko, sayang yung ba't ganin yung naging design na yung mga cover niya nasa gitna, hindi tuloy nagagamit. So after a month of 2, hindi na ho siya pantay. Talagang iniiwasan na po yan. So siyempre, sayang po yung pagka 4 lanes, nagiging 2 lanes siya in effect.
Yes, Your Honor. Good.
And I want an update if this...
We will...
If
Yes,
this is
Your Honor.
ano?
I think we can give you the update and yung ultimate design of the box culvert and actually kung ano yung mangyayari doon sa carriageway po.
Opo.
Yung
Oh,
carriageway.
nabawasan kasi carriageway, naging 2 lanes lang. At the same time, picking up where yung concern ni Minority Leader kanina, parang nangihinayang ako sa pondo. Alam naman po natin na
Opo.
minsan sa distrito kailangan nilang gastusin, but we probably, if we can find other ways to use these funds, no? Sayang kung box culvert, sisirain, uulitin, box culvert ulit, tapos tatakpan. Yan ang nangyayari dito sa
Opo.
especially urban areas. Ma'am, Mr. Secretary, we're not a rich country. Kaya lang, nanghihinaya ako pag nakikita natin yung mga ganito. Next,
Sige po.
yung kanina, balikan na lang po natin. Yung kanina, yung tinuturo ko, yung nakamotor. Sige pa. Ito po, Blooming Treat, no? Kanina nakikinig ako, yung asphalt, dapat po yan 15 years. Yung kanyang lifespan, pag concrete, 25 years. Ito po, napansin ko Blooming Treat, ang ganda ho ng kalye pa. Nakikita nyo, no? Tapos nag-overlay na naman. 3 patong na po ito, eh. Parang skyflakes na nga ito, eh. Every 2 years, every year, patong ng patong, kahit na maganda. So, ano ba talaga ang policy natin? Kung nabanggit nyo kanina, Mr. Secretary, na ang asphalt, it should be every 15 years, pero this time, ito, more, in less than 5 years, or siguro nakatatlo o 4 na patong na. Ano na to? Malutong na to, parang skyflakes na. 3 patong na ito. Halos kasing taas na niya yung bangketa.
Blooming Treat po ito.
Blooming Treat po. Siguro, yun nga po. Sabi ko nga, baka nga po yung mga pondo ng district para lang magamit in urban areas. Wala na ho kasing mapapagawa sa urban areas eh. Kaya sayang nga, I don't know, Mr. Chair, if we can devise a way na ito yung magamit doon sa mga lugar na talagang kailangan. Di ba? Kasi sayang. Meron pa isa. Yung last point ko po. So, yung tungkol sa asphalt overlay, ano ba talaga ang lifespan? Kahit na maganda na, kaya tumigil po ako eh. Kasi talagang hindi ko napigila kasi nakatatlong patong na ho ito. Halos kapantay na nga niya yung bangketa, yung sidewalk. Next, yung next slide, yung sa mga bridge.
JB, sino yung artistang nasa slide?
Ha?
Sino yung
Piolo ba
artistang
yun or
nasa
si
ano?
Coco Martin,
Hindi naman.
Your Honor?
Sino yung artistang nandun sa picture mo?
Sino ba? Basta yung good yun.
Sen Jinggoy ba? Jinggoy? Joke lang.
Hindi yata. Joke lang. Anyway. Yung next po, ito po yung mga tulay, yung mga bridges, no? Sayang wala San Grace. Sa Green Hills po ito, Secretary. Short span lang po ito. Yung next slide, magkakapareho. 3 bridge yan eh. Grand Street, sa Vicente Lim, tsaka rin sa Wilson. Ang ano ko lang, ilan ba ang lifespan ho ng bridge na maikli, short span? Very light traffic to. Walang dumadaan na truck to going to the subdivisions, going to the schools. So, walang truck na dumadaan dyan. Ay, alam ni Senator Sani yan kasi Xavier po yan, dalawa yung bridge, no? And going to Ica, very light traffic, walang truck, walang cargo. Oh, siguro wala pang 10-15 meters lang yung span yan. Ano po ang life ng ganong tulay?
No, at least 30 years po.
30 years. Kailangan na rin. So every 30 years, kahit na short span.
Tinitignan lang po yung sa ilalim po kung may mga cracks ba o ano. So retrofitting ang tawag po namin doon. Your Honor.
Okay. Kasi yung 3, ni-replace po yan. It was not retrofitted. Talagang replace completely. Parang, Mr. Chair, nangihinayang lang din ako sa pondo na nung sinira yung tulay, short span, wala masyadong alog, walang truck. Nung tinayo, tulay din naman. No? Paki-check na lang po kasi we are, of course, that's one of our responsibilities to scrutinize the budget and to make sure that the funds are used properly, no? Yun ang napansin ko rin, no? As observed by the minority leader, pag urban areas, parang kahit ayos pa, pati ni Senator Bato, pag kahit ayos pa yung kalye, sisirain na ayusin, no? So yun lang. I'm hoping that this can be given attention. Tsaka last but not the least, Mr. Chair, doon po sa area ng Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, kung saan po yung mabibigat yung truck dahil nagdadala ng mga bigas, lubak-lubak yung kalye dun eh. Meron pa ba tayong mga way bridges dyan na gumagana? Kasi minsan, yung mga dump trucks nun, di ba? Talagang dinadagdagan yung kanilang dump na dapat yun, half lang. Talagang over its weight. Tapos ngayon po, yung mga bigas. Pansin ko lang po sa Nueva Ecija, Bulacan area, Talagang lubak-lubak ho talaga lagi. Bitak-bitak talaga. In fact, ang tawag na nga sa Bulacan, lubakan. Di ba? Kaya, ano pwede
I
natin
take
gawin?
offense, Your Honor, I take offense.
Hindi, alam ni majority leader yan, nag-uusap kami. Kasi ano pwede natin gawin para itong mga kalyeng ito ma-maintain? Kasi minsan nakakahilo talaga pag dumadaan kayo doon. Talagang bitak-bitak yung kalye.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I think ang kunahon namin dito is I have kuwan nga dito that we will have to intensify yung implementation of the overloading law. In fact, nung nasa department pa po ako, I recall that bumili ho kami ng mga yung mga portable scales, weighing portable weigh scales. But medyo luma na po yung mga yon. So sabi ko nga, I think we have to acquire yung mga new types of weighing scales starting next year, Your Honor.
Kasi po yung area nga siguro dahil sa bigas at lahat, mga
Exactly.
quarry, parang nagbibitak-bitak talaga. Tsaka medyo talaga, yung road condition in those areas compared to the other provinces, no? Siguro dahil nga sa bigas at mga quarrying.
Tama po yun.
And I'm hoping na ma-enforce din, lalo na yung mga dump truck na kasi kaya ng makina ng mga truck, dinodoble, triple pa yung laki yung capacity.
Tama
Kaya
po
napakabigat no, napansin ko yan.
If I may interject, Senator JV, Secretary, I remember last budget deliberation of the Department of Transportation. I forgot which one, which particular bureau is saying that they can actually implement that weighing scale project, because I put in funding actually for that, for the DPWH. It's just that it's not being used because there's no yung lugar na pwedeng paglagyan, no? Kasi ito perennial sinasabi natin, no? Kaya nga sinasabi na masakit yung lubakan dahil dun ho dumadaan sa amin lahat eh. Alam na nila na may weighing scale dun sa NLEX. Aakyat sila ng Bukawi, yung Governor Halili, basag na ho yun. Pagkaliwa ho nila ng MacArthur Highway, ganun din po. Pero, papasok din po sila sa NLEX, iniwasan lang nila yung weighing scale. Ang problema, wala ko kasing paglagyan daw, yun ang binabanggit. Pero yung sa DOTR, binabanggit nila, kung pwede daw, tanggalin ko na lang sa budget ng DPWH, sa kanila daw lagay. Sila daw may paraan sila, I don't know kung anong paraan nila, no? But, gusto ko lang din marinig yung inputs ninyo, Secretary, about this. Kasi kung hindi pa rin ho yata ito nagagalaw until now eh. We have a funding for this eh. I'm not sure kung nasimula na or nakakita na ng lugar para doon sa paglalagyan.
We will coordinate with the OTR, Your Honor, if they have this program. Actually, na
LTO po, Secretary,
LTO.
ang nagsabi na sila na lang daw. But sabi ko nga sa kanila, I will raise it with the Secretary.
Sige
If you
po.
want me to just bring it to their attention or
Yes.
put it in their budget, I'll do that.
Definitely, Your Honor. I think we are one in enforcing yung overloading law.
Yes, Secretary, and last year binanggit ko na rin po ito dito, and until now ganun pa rin ho. Talagang everyone knows about it. Iiwasan nila yung weighing scale. Pupunta sila sa Governor Halili, punta sila ng MacArthur. Araw-araw po eh. Pagdating ho ng alas 10, alas 11 doon, traffic at biyak-biyak na ho talaga lagi yung daan. At kahit anong gawin natin, talagang masisira at masisira ho yung mga daan. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Senator JV.
Thank you, Majo. Tsaka, yun ba yung Halili, Majo, yung galing NLEX papuntang MacArthur, no? Talagang nahilo ko dun eh.
Because the weighing scale is in Bukawi exit. Iiwasan nila. Pupunta sila sa Governor Halili. Tapos babalik ulit sila dun sa Marilao. Papaluwas ng Maynila. And everyone knows about it. But unfortunately, minsan magkakaroon ng checkpoint, minsan maghuhulihan, pero after a while, mawawala din ulit.
Siguro, Your Honor, if I may, one of the things that we are actually looking into is actually to coordinate also with the local governments, no? Kasi I think they are most affected. Yung mga diversion roads na ginagamit nila to avoid yung sa national roads, pupunta rin sila sa local roads. So I think, sabi ko nga, we might as well coordinate also with the local government para where yung mga kanila to protect also yung mga local roads nila in the implementation of this overloading ano.
Ayun lang, Mr. Chair.
we will
Also,
do that
follow up
po.
ko ng Secretary yung sa road construction natin, no? Kasi,
We'll
yun nga,
give you-
lumiliit na yung, yung carriageway. Kasi, yan nga, yung mga drainage, makover, or utilities, if it is, after a while, kahit isang buwan lang, magiging, maglulubak-lubak na. So, iniiwasan siya. Like ako, pag nagbabike ako, lalo na, nandun, iniiwasan ko kasi mapaplat ako, kahit yung mga jeep at lahat, iniiwasan. So, imbis na maging 4 lanes, maging 2 lanes. So, I hope na maging maayos to para hindi sayang yung mga road widening natin.
Yes, Your Honor. We will submit, Mr. Chairman, the
And likewise,
information
last but not the least, wala po Senator Pia, but we filed a bill, I think papasa na po yung safe pathways, making it a standard already on our new roads that pedestrian lanes and bike lanes will now be part of it. No? Sana maging ganun para mas maging maayos tayo. And let's do it right this time.
noted, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. One of the staunch advocates for infrastructure in the Senate, Vice Chair Senator J.V. Ejercito. Next is Senator Raffy Tulfo, the Chair of the Senate Committee on Energy and Migrant Workers. Sir, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only have a few questions, and most of these questions emanated from complaints that were coursed through my radio program. Secretary Bonoan, last year, nabanggit ko rito yung insurance na dapat binibili ng mga contractor per project para nang sa gayon kung nagkaroon ng aksidente, whether motorista or pedestrian, may pambayad sila. Sa experience ko po kasi, meron mga construction projects na nakatiwangwang o dili kaya hindi maayos yung paglagay ng mga materyales at nahulog yung mga motorista na mamatay. Pag hinahabol po yung contractor ng mga biktima, kamag-anak ng biktima, pahirapan po. There were times na lumapit na po ata ko sa inyong tanggapan para obligahin yung contractor magbayad. Paano kung sabi nila, paano kung walang Raffy Tulfo, di sorry na lang kami. Pwede ba natin sila obligahin na talagang this time magkaroon ng insurance per project? Pag wala silang, dapat bago sila mag-umpisa ng proyekto, magpakita sila na meron silang biniling insurance sa project na yon that was awarded to them?
Yes, Your Honor. I think after that hearing that we had last year, we tried to coordinate with the Insurance Commission how we can go about it para to fixing actually yung indemnity for yung mga ganyang incidents. There has been some legal issues with regard to it in the implementation of I understand legal issues with pertaining to the fixing of rates, Your Honor. But there are provisions na I think even the Supreme Court yata has had some may fixed amount that they have actually inilagay na 100,000 ang kwan niya. But the 100,000 is not a fixed amount. It can increase depending on a court award. Siyempre looking at the capacity, yung disturbance, etc., etc. But ang kwan dito kasi, Your Honor, is actually we have a fixed amount of 100,000, but the victim can go to court and then present his case, and this is where the total amount will be subject to the decision of the court. Parang yun ho ang advice sa amin nung Insurance Commission, Your Honor. In the meantime, meron din po naman kasi yung yung sa contractors, well, they have this allocation for all risk insurance naman actually. But it pertains only to implementation of the projects. But partly, I think they are really answerable to it actually, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary Bunoan. Pero it's very easy for the Insurance Commission to say na dadalhin sa korte because they have the money to pay for legal services. Pero itong mga complainant ko na didiskrasya, may hirap lamang silang mga kababayan, wala silang pangkorte, they go to barangay chairman and the barangay chairman cannot do anything kasi hindi naman nila saklaw yung mga contractor. That's why they come to me. So ang point ko lang sana, do you need us to come up with a legislation para obligahin each and every contractor bago sila proceed with the project, they have to show proof na nakabili na sila insurance in case of an accident. Kasi sa ngayon, meron pong insurance, indemnity insurance para sa mga worker ng project. Pero yung mga na-aksidente, doon dahil sa kapabayaan ng contractor, wala pong insurance. Yun po yung sinasabi ko. Marami na pong namatay na lumapit sa aking programa, na sugatan, na pilayan, na putulan ng paa. Wala hong silang kalaban-laban, meaning dahil contractor may pera, hindi sila nababayaran until such time they come to me na obliga ko brasuhan, napipilitan, pero tawaran pa. So yun pong ibig ko sabihin. So do you think we need legislation for that?
We would be very supportive actually, Your Honor, if there's going to be any legislation to...
Okay. So for the meantime, habang gagawin po namin yung legislation na yan, we'll craft that legislation, pwede ho ba na siguro through memorandum order or something, pagsabihan to mga contractor na mag-secure ng insurance?
Your Honor, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Ito pong mga right-of-way na projects sa mga probinsya, particular po dun sa may Isabela, Region 4A, may nakarating po sa akin mga reklamo na hindi po nababayaran yung kanilang mga claims.
Choose the mic, Mr. Secretary.
Sorry. Your Honor, well, this is actually a little bit of a problem with us actually, and admittedly, this is one of the reasons why in some of our projects we have slowed down in the implementation of some of these projects because of yung mga non-payments of right-of-way. Pumayag na nga yung may-ari na to proceed with the project with the promise that we will pay. Ang problema lang po namin dito is over the years there has been very minimal allocation for right-of-way.
So ibig sabihin hindi sila nababayaran dahil walang allocation, walang allocated budget?
Your Honor, let me just point out that for saan ba yung right-of-way pa natin? For right-of-way, Your Honor, for 2023, in our National Expenditure Program, our initial proposal is about 37 billion. 37 billion. But when what has been included in the General Appropriations Act is 1.6 billion.
1.6 from 37 billion na slash to 1 billion.
1.6.
1.6 billion. Ano pong reason? Bakit daw na-slash?
Well, this is what we received from the General Appropriations Act, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, meron kasing darating sa akin mga reklamo na galit na sa mga taga-DPWH kasi sa right-of-way nila, hindi pa sila babayaran. Kasabi lang itong si Secretary, meron allocated para mabayaran sana itong mga claimants, 37 billion na ni-request nila allocation para mabayaran yung mga right-of-way projects, na-slash to 1.6.
The department can give us a list of the right-of-way, the projects, and then we can also help them liaise with the DBM for a bigger budget for that, di ba?
Thank you, Your Honor. But let me just inform the good senator that for our proposed budget for 2024, Your Honor, we have included in our National Expenditure Program proposal the amount of 35.16 billion for the payment of right-of-way, Your Honor. And with this, Your Honor, if this is will be intact, then I think we would be able to settle most of the obligations in right-of-way in 2024, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary Bonoan. Sa bandang Isabela po, Secretary Bonoan, sa National Highway, maraming mga butas-butas na kalsada, yung mga potholes, kulang sa drainage. Hindi lamang po siguro ang dahilan doon dahil mabibigat yung truck. Siguro dahil manipis po yung semento, yung inilagay na semento, kaya madaling nasira. Saan po yung nakikitang problema rito? Nagkakaroon ng malaking cut ang kontraktor o substandard yung materials? Ano pong reason?
Well, earlier, Your Honor, I explained that kung existing roads kasi po ito, we needed to undertake yung mga maintenance activities natin. I said, kailangan po natin kung medyo nagdi-deteriorate na yung mga kalsada, then we have to undertake siguro yung preventive maintenance to lengthen the life of the pavement kung minsan. But what is important actually, Your Honor, is to have a day-to-day routine maintenance. Kaya nagkaroon ka ng pothole ngayon, kailangan ayusin yung pothole para hindi dumadami ng dumadami. So immediately that has to be done through routine maintenance, Your Honor. Yun ang mga dapat namin gagawin. Admittedly, Your Honor, there has been for several years, medyo kulang-kulang ng budget namin for the routine maintenance program na ginagawa, as I understand, Your Honor.
Kulang po sa budget. Kanina po kasi narinig ko yung sinabi ni Senator J.V. Ejercito na meron pa pong mga kalsada na okay pag ginigiba na para pagpeperahan. Pero dito pala sa inyo, meron kayong mga kalsada na hindi na may-maintain.
Opo.
Kulang sa budget.
Yes.
Saan po yung budget na yan? Saan po nakalinya?
Again, Your Honor, in 2023, yung para sa routine maintenance fund that we have requested is about 14.6 billion. 14.6 billion yung routine maintenance fund that we have included in our National Expenditure Program, but was released or included in the General Appropriations Act is 1.8 billion, Your Honor.
Okay.
Medyo,
Sige po. Ito pa po ang isang question ko po. And last year, na-brought up ko na po ito. Hanggang ngayon po ba, pinapayagan pa rin po yung subcontracting? Halimbawa, yung nagkaroon ng bidding para sa isang project, nanalo po yung si Contractor A. Ang ginagawa ni Contractor A, ibinibenta kay Contractor B. And then si Contractor B, sometimes ibinibenta pa kay Contractor C. So hanggang yan po siguro isang dahilan kaya numinipis yung kalsada dahil nagpapasapasahan. Is that being allowed still or siguro ihinto na po natin yung ganong klaseng practice, Secretary?
there are specific guidelines on subcontracting, Your Honor, in implementation of projects. If I recall, actually, yung the extent of subcontracting should not be more than 50% of the original project cost, Your Honor. But again, the subcontractor must have been pre-qualified by the department before it gives authority for the subcontractor to subcontract. Dapat to, it has to go through an evaluation kung po pwede siya mag-subcontract o hindi. Now, subcontracting is allowed for as long as it is registered with the department. Your Honor, ganun ang ano.
Para sa akin, it doesn't make sense, Secretary, na sumali sa bidding ang isang contractor for a certain project, yung pala wala siyang kakayahan na para panindigan yung proyekto ngayon just because siguro wala siyang mga equipments and all, and that's why he subcontract it. Siyempre, pag sinubcontract niya, pipita siya doon, so parang ginamit niya laway lamang at lisensya niya, kumita na siya. At actually, yung gagawa, yung subcon. So, yung subcon ang, siyempre, kikita pa yung subcon doon. So, yung sa akin lang, itong nanalo sa bidding, walang kapagod-pagod, laway lang, nagkapera. So, this is another way siguro to, if we can avoid this, para mapaayos na po yung mga construction natin mga kalsada kasi siyempre kabawasan din doon sa budget na mapupunta po doon sa main contractor.
Very well noted, Your Honor. I think, yes, we can look again and review the guidelines that in subcontracting. Ang kwan lang po kasi din sa subcontracting, there are some components in the the good senator na yung gagawa of the major components, well, we'll have to revisit actually the policies, Your Honor.
Okay. Last question naman po ito, Mr. Chair. Are we prepared pag dumating po yung the big one kung tawagin, let's say pag nagkaroon po ng 7.2 earthquake, 30 to 40% of the buildings in Metro Manila will collapse. Ayon po yan sa isang expert. Ang akin pong concern, marami po tayong mga buildings, especially mga ospital na sobrang luma na. Halimbawa, itong PGH, 1907 pa tinayo. Quirino Memorial, 1953. Philippine Heart Center, 1975. Jose Reyes, 1945. Dr. Jose Pabella, 1920. Ito ba dumaan na sa retrofitting? Itong hospital ito?
Your Honor, yes, there is a program that for the big one, and we call it the assessment of the structural integrity of public buildings. In fact, this is World Bank assisted, Your Honor, for school buildings and hospitals, and the hospitals actually, primarily.
Okay, so lahat po ng mga school buildings and hospitals ay na-retrofit na, nasaan na po tayo?
In NCR, most particularly in NCR, Your Honor, kasi medyo marami-rami ito, and I think this is a program that is continuing the implementation of the assessment, yung Philippine Seismic Risk Reduction and Resiliency Project, we call it, Your Honor.
Nasa ilang percentage na po tayo sa ating target na para ma-retrofit na po at 100% ang lahat ng mga ospital at mga eskwelahan?
Yung first phase kasi nitong program nito, Your Honor, is actually for the procurement of equipment. And we have procured already, this was started during the past administration, and we have already procured many of the equipment, and we have actually allocated them in certain regions, Region 3, Southern Tagalog, and NCR. Naka-preposition na po yung equipment, Your Honor. Now, yung assessment of public school buildings is currently being undertaken at this point in time, Your Honor. Ano bang po natin dito? Until when? Ilang years?
Towards the year 2023, sir, early. Then 2024, sir, is this procurement of evidence last.
Yeah. So, after the assessment, Your Honor, we will undertake yung civil works starting in 2024. Retrofitting of the school building.
Okay, that's all for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Bonoan.
Thank you very much to everybody's idol and Rafi Tulfo. Next is the Chair of the Senate Committee on Public Services, also a Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Grace Poe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd just like to put on record that anytime the majority leader can interrupt.
May I ask one question? I'm just kidding.
No, this is just to make up for my interjection during his time. No, Mr. Chair, we have 41.19 billion worth of multi-purpose buildings scattered. So yung multi-purpose, 41 billion ang budget ng DPWH. In contrast, school buildings will get 26.12 billion. But we have a shortage of 159,000 classrooms nationwide. So why do you think this disparity?
Well, I can only answer, Your Honor, on the extent of what has been included in the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways for multipurpose building. What I can say, Your Honor, is this is the consolidated priority projects of all the legislative districts, Your Honor, and this is part of their what we call local infrastructure project that we have given to allocated for members of Congress actually to prioritize, and this is what we have consolidated, Your Honor. I agree that these are the projects.
Mr. Secretary, I know you're being very diplomatic with your tone. So DPWH is tasked with constructing classroom buildings, right? This does not come
that's
from the
correct, Your
budget of DepEd.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, akalain ninyo na may kulang tayo na 159,000 classrooms. Pero yung budget para sa multi-purpose buildings, mas malaki pa kaysa sa pagpapagawa ng classrooms. Now, I understand all of us here, we want to help barangays also have a place to get together and have sports and activities. Pero hindi ba dapat merong say din ng DPWH na sabihin, sa distrito nyo, parang mas kailangan ninyo ng classrooms kesa sa multi-purpose buildings. Don't you have that discretion?
We can always suggest, Your Honor, but at the end of the day, well, to be candid about it, it's actually the priorities that whatever the priorities
For the district.
for the district.
Okay, sir, that 159,000 classroom shortage, how much will that be if you compute that? How much is the total? Like per classroom, let's say it's ₱1 million. I don't know what the cost is, but so how much will that be?
Let me just point out, Your Honor, that for 2023, the department received an allocation from the Department of Education about 15 billion pesos, Your Honor. And this will translate to a total of 4,758 classrooms, Your Honor.
4,758 classrooms. Itong 15 billion na galing sa DepEd.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero meron kayong 26.12 billion. Is that separate from the 15 billion?
For classrooms, Your Honor?
Yes. Magkano ba yung budget ng DPWH for classrooms? Total is 15 billion?
That's from the Department of... that's DepEd, Your Honor.
Hindi, kaya nga, DepEd. Pero kayo,
We
wala
don't
ba
have
kayong...
a specific location for classrooms, Your Honor, unless, again, these are actually included in the priority list of members of Congress, Your Honor.
Okay, so right now you're saying that there is no item in the DPWH budget for classrooms except the 15 billion that came from DepEd.
Yes, Your Honor.
So ibig sabihin, kung ang shortage natin 159,000 classrooms nationwide, tapos 4,758 lang ang magagawa.
For 2023, Your Honor.
So where did I get, ano tong 26.12 billion per classroom?
Ano kasi po ma'am, nakalagay po siya sa DepEd.
Kasi ang sinasabi daw dito, dun sa research namin, yung 26.12 billion nasa DepEd budget, pero ang binigay lang sa inyo, 15 billion?
For 2023 budget, this is what we received initially, Your Honor.
Initially. So,
Yes.
pwede pang madagdagan yon?
I suppose so, Your Honor. I think if...
Kindly check,
Possible.
Mr. Secretary. First of all, I appreciate that you're actually the one responding to us. And it seems that you really reviewed on your own. Of course, there's a wide scope of concerns for the DPWH, but it seems like you have more than a general knowledge of what's going on, which is important. So can you please check with the DepEd? Kasi the figure that I have here is 26.12 billion. Kung 15 lang yung sinabi nyo na-receive nyo, baka merong hindi lang naintindihan na pwedeng ibigay. Another one here is, there are several duplicate or similar items. For example, there are 2 items for the construction of multi-purpose buildings in Ibaan, Batangas, worth 35 million and 7 million respectively. They are worded in the exact manner. Are these the same projects or different phases or na chop-chop lang?
If it is if it is the same project description, Your Honor, is considered duplication.
So,
Kung isa po yun. So we call it this is the this is what we call the multiple entry.
so dapat po ang sinasabi ninyo magkasama yon, hindi 35 plus 7. Dapat naging 42 ito. 42
It is considered
million.
as 2 projects, Your Honor. It is
Two
considered
projects.
as projects of
But
the same
but they're worded in the exact manner.
Yes, Your Honor. So that is why we forwarded it to the Department of Budget and Management, how to address this kind of issues, no?
Okay.
And the Department of Budget and Management considered it as a duplicate allocation of duplicate allocation for one project.
Okay, so what is the final
So
amount?
the Department of Budget and Management advised us that to make a decision which project should be released. And to us, actually, we opted to select the higher.
Okay.
After validation, Your Honor. We have to validate it first. And if we think that almost always naman yung higher allocation is the one that prevails, Your Honor.
Siyempre, yan yung mas gusto naman. Yung higher amount. Also just for your FYI, there's also a construction of a multi-purpose building in Rosario worth 32 million and then 7.5 million respectively. So I suppose this will also go through the same vetting process. Just
That's
to be
correct,
sure.
Your
So we
Honor.
will look at it in the final budget. So I think I cited examples of chop-chop projects that are mislabeled. Ang problema dito is that it doubles the potential misuse. Let me cite as an example. Earlier this year, there was a report of a road in Davao City that was less than 1 kilometer in length but bid out to 4 contractors. Of these 4 contractors, only 2 finished their work. Yung isa daw, dumadating, tapos sa hapon, biglang nawawala na. So how will DPWH guarantee that this approach will not lead to half-built roads and bridges?
Well, it's a little unusual, Your Honor, for a 1 kilometer project that is going to be divided into 4 contract sections.
Who usually chooses the contractors? Kayo rin, di ba?
The implementing office, but that's very unusual to me, Your Honor. I think if it is just one project and 1 kilometer for 4 contractors, I will not allow that, Your Honor.
Actually, galing yan sa Inquirer of January 4, 2023. Why take years to make 720 meters road? Davao City residents. So we can provide you, sir, this information.
We will,
so
Your
you
Honor.
can, it's not even cost effective eh, di ba? If you're a contractor, why would you want to engage unless they're trying to accommodate everyone? You know?
We will look into this very closely, Your Honor, because, there must have been reasons if that is correct. Because there must have been some components that can be separate from the main project in itself that needs to be subcontracted or...
I don't know, but it just
I'll
doesn't
look
seem
into it.
logical. Another example is in Quezon City, there are 2 items for the rehabilitation of road at Mindanao Extension. One for the northbound side, one for the southbound side, another for the northbound side, worth 50 million each. So I guess that's normal kasi northbound, southbound. Okay.
Your Honor, yes.
So hopefully, kasi 'di ba, paano kung dalawang contractor 'yan, isa sa north, isa sa south. Natapos yung north, hindi natapos sa south. I mean, there should be some coordination, 'di ba?
I agree, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Can DPWH shed light on the following projects? Wala kasing location marker, so hindi klaro kung saan gagawin. Under Region 8, Tigbao Station, FES San Miguel Road, it has a total budget of 165 million, which segments specifically will be improved. Yun sa under Region 8. Are you familiar with that? Tigbao dash Santa Fe. Hindi pala station. Kasi tayo sanay na tayo station. Tigbao Santa Fe Station. Santa Fe.
I will have to look into the details of that
Okay.
project,
Let
Your
me-
Honor, and I will
Yes, because in
Provide
the
you with
interest of
information.
time, let me read this for the record and then
Yes.
I will expect a submission.
Yes, Your Honor.
Under Region 9 naman, there are two projects for a slope protection along Selt Tayungan Camp, Andres, which segment specifically will be improved. That's another one. My office will forward this to you. Under Region 10, there are two projects for Nabunturan-Laak Road in Davao del Oro and Davao del Norte worth 50 million each. Neither Nabuntaran nor Laak are in Davao del Norte. Is this an error? That's one. Another one. There is a 20 million allocation for Malacanang Park Road. Bubungkalin po ba yung buong kalsada? So, pakiano na lang. We would also like to call your attention to numerous lump sums in the DPWH budget. 35 billion for right-of-way. Alam ko naman malaki, no? Kasi marami tayong mga projects, meron tayong Metro Manila Subway, kung saan-saan pa. Pero ang daming lumalapit sa opisina namin na hindi pa nababayaran yung right-of-way nila. Okay, so we have a compilation of that. And if it's legally their claim, and it's a legal claim, I think we should settle that. In fact, dapat walang road project na nagsisimula hanggat hindi pa settled ang road right-of-way. Okay. Number 2, under the bridge program, there are two items worth 100 million each. They're just lodged as nationwide. These include weak bridge replacement and other related activities and structural refitting of national bridges. So are these contingency funds, or do you actually have bridges that are already that you have in mind that will be part of the allocation of the 100 million each?
I think we have actually identified some of these bridges that will be retrofitted, Your Honor. And I think this is part of the earthquake resiliency program that we are talking about. That will undertake retrofitting of some of these old bridges, Your Honor.
Okay, kasi sa Iloilo meron din problema yung isang bridge. I know you tackled it earlier.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
you know, I'm originally from Iloilo and sayang naman. Maganda yung infrastructure sa Iloilo pero nagkataon ito medyo pumalpak. I know it's a back and forth between the contractor and the government, but I think at some point government also has to do due diligence that the contractor is actually doing the right processes like soil testing. So, kasi kung magdidemandahan kayo, hindi matatapos to. So, ano yung timeline ninyo dun sa bridge sa Iloilo?
Ito yung flyover in Iloilo,
Oo.
Your Honor, and I think, sabi ko nga, because of this situation now that we have, I think, and this is going to be a very important facility there in Iloilo. I think we need actually to undertake the necessary rectification, Your Honor. immediately rectification so that
So-
becomes usable actually, while we are of course continuing to investigate.
Right.
In fact, the Committee on Public Works in the House is actually conducting an investigation on how this came about, Your Honor.
Okay, magkano ba yung retrofitting nun?
We have included it into our 2024 budget, I think 175 million, Your Honor.
175 million retrofitting. Magkano yung cost nung flyover na yon?
More than 600 million, Your Honor.
600 million. Tapos dadagdagan natin ng 175 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well,
In the budget.
so kung sa budget, nalagyan na ng 175 million ito, sino yung contractor na kukunin nyo?
We'll probably rebid. I will have to bid it out, Your Honor.
Bid it out, oo. Kasi, syempre, titignan din ninyo ulit kung paano, di ba, kung nag-deliver ba yung last one,
Yes.
paano naman. So, since it's already an item in the budget, you're looking at when will the retrofitting begin?
But, as soon as the budget allocation is released to us, Your Honor. In fact, we might even start the pre-construction activities ahead of time so that we can gain more time actually in the implementation of the rectification program, Your Honor.
How long will that retrofittation take?
I don't have the exact timetable. That it should be less than 6 months, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, at least that's some semblance of hope that may budget na pala dito. Kaya lang, dapat talaga yung due diligence bago tayo gumawa ng magbigay sa contractor. There are also several vague items. Mr. Chair, do you want me to continue to hold on the... Mr. Chairman, should I continue or would you like me to continue?
I think Senator JV wants to hear his brother's voice.
Okay. I just have a few more here. There are several big items in the National Building Program. For example, construction of major strategic buildings. What are these buildings?
Yung mga mostly these are mostly government buildings, Your Honor, that we are implementing actually.
Again, sir?
These are mostly government buildings, Your Honor.
Okay. Like, give me an example.
Yung mga BID, there are many, these are actually yung mga buildings of other government agencies, Your Honor, that we are supporting actually, like the Public Attorney's Office, Bureau of Immigration,
Magkano po yung
DOJ.
allocated dyan?
What we have allocated for 2024, no? So for 2024.
Total national building, 10 billion.
Bagat for 2024, Your Honor, for the continuing these projects, we have allocated about 10 billion, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. How about the construction rehabilitation of health facilities to support pandemic response? Again, what are these buildings to support pandemic response?
Mga evacuation centers, yung continuing program natin to build.
These are actually, Your Honor, I think these are evacuation centers that we are talking about.
So we're still maintaining those?
Continuing, but these are more of addressing evacuation centers, Your Honor.
Magkano po dyan?
About 2.4 billion, Your Honor, has been allocated.
Okay. Lastly, there are at least 11 items for the construction of infrastructure in Bangsamoro provinces.
Yes.
But placed in Region 9 and 10, bakit nakahiwalay ito sa annual block grant to the Bangsamoro region?
Well, these are actually to address yung national, mostly national roads and some flood control projects in those areas, Your Honor, because we have separated what is under the responsibility of the national government and what are the infrastructure that have to be carried out under the block grant of the BRRM.
What you're saying, sir, is that kahit na may block grant na yung Bangsamoro, meron pa rin tayong obligation.
That's correct, Your
So,
Honor.
like, for example, what are the conditions, what categories are actually within the purview of the national government to construct? Give me an example.
For the national government, Your Honor, in the DP Department of Public Works and Highways, we have to continue the development of the national roads.
Okay.
The maintenance and development of the national roads, as well as the construction and improvement of the flood control facilities in the major rivers in the BARM area, Your Honor.
Pero alam mo, ito, in your budget here, dun sa Region 9 and 10, multi-purpose building po ito eh. At saka solar water supply. Magkano yan? 75 million in total.
Well, the members...
Multi-purpose building, 75 million. 20 million for the multi-purpose, 75 million for the solar water.
Well, these are the, again, Your Honor, this is actually the allocation of the local infrastructure facilities of members of Congress, Your Honor. They have included in their allocation for
But isn't that
DPWH.
part of the Bangsamoro territory?
I would...
Bangsamoro group. Bangsamoro territory. So, para nakalagay Region 9, Zamboanga, pero yung item nakalagay sa Sulu.
Because Sulu is under Region 9, Your Honor, so it must have been lodged
Pero
in the
di ba
regional
Bangsamoro
office.
yun eh, di ba?
In the regional office that will be implemented by the department, Your Honor. Sa regional office ng department.
But
will
isn't
be the
Sulu
one-
part of the Bangsamoro?
Yes, Your Honor.
So parang, akala ko ba national roads lang yung ginagawa natin para sa kanila, pati ba't pala multi-purpose? Kasi local amendment yon ng legislator. Ganun ba yon? So, somebody from Zamboanga put the project in Sulu?
No, it's actually the member...
Because they no longer have a district engineer's office in Sulu. Tama ba? Because BARM na yun eh. So, ang nag-administer ng national project is the regional office of Zamboanga.
Yeah, but
Oh,
Mr. Chair, I'm just concerned kasi sinasabi ng ating secretary more on mga national roads ganyan.
Yes.
Kaya lang multi-purpose to. So I just want to be clarified. Is that allowed?
Meron din kasi yung, Your Honor, meron din kasi yung allocation for members of Congress, partly of their allocable amount to be used for local infrastructure. So I suppose, doon ho nila inilalodge yung local priorities. But I suppose this has to be also in coordination with the local government, sub-BR, in that particular BARM area.
Can you
Your Honor.
explain to me what solar water is? Ano yun?
Well, it's a water supply that is operated through solar, powered by solar.
75 million ang total.
For the entire, that's one project, Your Honor. I don't think it's one project, Your Honor. It's
Hiwa-hiwalay pero in total.
Yeah,
So
yes,
in the
Your
same
Honor.
area, right?
yes, Your Honor.
But in the same area. So ayan na naman, 'di ba sabi ninyo, pag the same dapat hindi hiwa-hiwalay,
Yes,
'di ba?
Your Honor.
So anyway, our office will follow up
Yes, Your Honor.
with all of these questions kasi I know it's very specific already. But I'm really reviewing your budget, and I hope that our questions can be answered before plenary, because if not, tatagal tayo sa plenary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, we'll do that, Your Honor.
And marami pa to, kaya nahiya na lang ako kasi medyo madami na. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very much,
For the record, I did not
Senator
interrupt,
Grace.
Oo
Mr.
nga.
Chair.
Well,
For the record.
Sobrang galing daw nung pagtanong mo, Sen. Grace, kaya...
Hindi,
na-
I think medyo naunahan ko lang kasi nang sabi, kaya
Thank you. Senator Jinggoy, the chair of the National Defense and Labor Committees of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
The Undersecretaries of Department of Public Works. I have here a lot of questions, but I think if I ask all of these, abutin tayo ng mga alas 6, alas 8 ng gabi. But I will just ask only a few questions. One of the contentious issues here, or issue, is the budget of the flood control. I think it was already discussed by the majority floor leader a while ago. And how much is your budget for flood management program? I heard it's 194 billion. 100.
For flood control project under the 2024 proposed National Expenditure Program, NEP, Your Honor, for flood control is a total of the consolidated programs, local and foreign, is 249.595 billion pesos, Your Honor.
Doon naman po sa pagbaha brought about by Typhoon Egay in the southwest monsoon rains, which caused water from the Pampanga River to flow into the expressway, particularly under the Tulaok Bridge in San Simon, Pampanga. Meron na po tayong update kung ano po yung ginawa para dito na hindi na maulit?
There are several interventions that we are undertaking, Your Honor. Firstly, I think one thing is the Metro Pacific, who is in charge with the with the North Luzon Expressway, is now raising the elevation of the road, Your Honor. Ongoing na po yun. They're ongoing. And
Do you have any timetable for this?
I'm sorry, but I don't have the timetable, but it should be very quick, Your Honor, because this is only about 200 meters that they are doing.
Because when I went there around 4 years ago, nung bumagyo doon talagang bahang-baha. Tapos after 4 years, ito na naman nangyari, bahang-baha pa rin. Walang development whatsoever. And in fact, ang laki-laki ng budget ng flood control natin.
And then the Department of Public Works and Highways will be raising the Tulaok Bridge in 2024, Your Honor, so that the minimum required clearance underneath the bridge will be attained. So gagawin din namin i-raise namin yung tulay underneath that area. And at the same time, I understand that we will be entering into a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources for the implementation of the voluntary desilting and operations of the San Simon River by San Miguel Corporation, Your Honor.
Don't you have any holistic approach or master plan with regard to this problem in flood control para
We have-
once and for all maibsan na itong pagbaha dito sa ating bansa
We
sa
have
laki ng budget na binibigay sa inyo ng gobyerno? And may I know kung meron kayong timetable para matigil na itong or kulang ba itong pondo ng flood control?
Yes, Your Honor. As I explained a little earlier, we have a master plan, a project that we think would address actually the flooding problems in Central Luzon, and this is what we call the Central Luzon Pampanga River floodway flood control project. No, this is going to be a big project that I said this is going to be construction of about 60 kilometers of floodway from
So who is going to fund it? The
Asian
foreign
Development
assistant?
Bank po.
Asian Development Bank?
Yes, sir.
How much will it cost?
I think it's about more than 150 billion.
150 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Inumpisa na?
Hindi pa po, Your Honor. I think
When will it start?
we will be undertaking the detailed engineering design by next year. And we expect that the civil works will probably towards the end of 2025. And it will take us almost about 4 years to implement it.
So matatapos ng termino ni Presidente Marcos, hindi pa
Palagay ko,
matatapos?
partly, yes. Medyo malaki, mahaba to, Your Honor. And there might be some...
Like to acknowledge the presence of our Senate President Subiri.
Like to acknowledge the presence of our Senate President, Juan Miguel Zubiri.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon po.
Marami kasing, if I may continue, Mr. Chair, marami kasing nakakapag-observe na pag meron nangyayaring baha sa isang lugar, sa isang bayan, pagka na-resolve na yun, yung isang bayan man ang binabaha. So how can you solve this problem? Parang piecemeal solution lang yata ginagawa natin dito.
Ito yung siguro, I think ito yung big project na ito, Your Honor, will probably address this kind of situation in some of the areas being affected.
Okay, among all the regions in our country, ano yung pinaka-flood prone na region? Region 3?
Well, Region 3, Bulacan, Pampanga area, Region 5, and I think
Region 5 is in
Bicol.
Bicol.
Bicol River Basin.
Saan
But
sa
we have a
Bicol?
Bicol River Basin kasi.
Saan sa Bicol?
Albay,
Cam Sur, Cam Norte? Sorsogon?
mostly Albay, Your Honor.
Okay. Regions 3 and 5, what else?
Region 3 kasi yung top, kasi 21 principal rivers pa.
Sa Mindanao?
Northern Mindanao, Your Honor. Yung sa Cagayan de Oro.
What about Metro Manila? Meron din
Metro
ba
Manila
dito?
is actually also flood prone. But I would like to make a dito po that the flooding problem in Metro Manila is actually under the responsibility of the Metropolitan Development Authority now.
It is under the MMDA?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Aside from Metro Manila, all the regions are under the DPWH?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
4 major river basins, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. With regard to the reclamation projects here in Metro Manila, particularly here in Manila, sa tingin nyo ba yung mga projects sa reclamation nakakadulot ng baha?
Well, it has to be scientifically determined actually, Your Honor. I think, unfortunately, the department has not been part of the entire planning and design of the reclamation projects. No? But the
But
rest is...
based from your experience, nakakapagdulot ba ng baha ang
Reclamation?
pagre-reclaim?
Well,
ng area?
let me point it out this way. The entire area here that we are
Yes.
entering is a
This is also a
reclaimed area.
reclaimed area.
It's a
Pero
reclaimed
hindi naman
area.
nakakadulot ng baha. Am I correct?
Yes, correct.
So,
Well,
in your
there
own
has been
opinion,
some facilities that have been incorporated in the reclamation areas, Your Honor. That's why.
so
Actually.
so in your own opinion, hindi nakakapagdulot ng baha kung merong mga
Technically,
project sa reclamation area. So, kontra dun sa sinabi ng mga spokespersons ng US Embassy. Because the US Embassy, I think, are against any reclamation projects. Kasi daw, sabi nila, it can worsen the flooding in the area.
It might cause, Your Honor, but let me just point out yung experience all over the world that many reclamation projects have been built around, let's say, in Tokyo Bay. It's almost reclaimed area around Tokyo Bay. Now they have also reclaimed areas in many parts of, let's say, in Singapore and Korea, have been Hong Kong, and well, it's working well naman kung for as long as it is fully engineered and technically prepared actually.
Let's shift to the right of way. Okay. Okay, the 1987 Philippine Constitution mandates that private property shall not be taken for public use without just compensation. Okay, various laws have also been passed to ensure that owners of real property acquired state infrastructure are properly compensated. However, the right-of-way issue has been the bone of contention with regard to uncompleted and delayed government DPWH projects. Per your record, Mr. Secretary, how much is the total right-of-way claims due for settlement to the affected private owners?
Well, I had been given some indicative.
With permission, Mr.
Yes, please, of
Chairman
course,
and Senator Jinggoy, my dear friend, sagutin mo na lang na ganito. You asked for this amount, ang lumabas lang 1B for this year. Nawala yung right of claim, right of way claims mo just to make it easier for you, Secretary. Tama?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nawala ba?
Thank you, Your Honor. Our asking in 2023 is about 37 billion, but ang lumabas 1.6.
Ba?
Program, di ba? Napunta saan program?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Yung claims na napalas, claims na ito, hindi embedded po yung mga 37.
So, how can we adjust it or
Well,
restore it?
Let me put it this way, Your Honor, that for 2024, we have again included in our proposal, in our national expenditure program, about 35 billion for the payment of
How much?
35 billion, Your Honor.
Ang supposedly babayaran nyo sa mga claims, sa ROW claims?
Yes, Your Honor.
And 1 billion lang yung inalat sa inyo?
For the 2023, but in 2024, our proposed budget is 35 billion, Your Honor.
So, magkano ngayon?
Ngayon, Your Honor, only 1.6 billion.
1.6 billion. O di marami magre-reklamo niyan. Marami magdidemanda sa inyo niyan. Ha? So wala kayong mababayaran. Oh my God.
Nasa NEP na, magkano yung sa NEP na yun, Secretary?
35 billion, Your Honor.
Yan ang bantayan natin. 35.
35 billion,
Then
Your
we'll
Honor.
see after the December passage. Dapat maprotektahan natin yan para may right of way sila.
35 billion ang nabawas?
35 billion ang nasa NEP.
Ang nasa NEP? Ah, okay.
So he's appealing to us. Paganda on the record, he's appealing to us. Tama, Sec?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I have numerous questions here. Siguro ibibigay ko na lang kay Secretary for him to answer it before the plenary.
Thank you,
Kasi
Your
nandito
Honor.
na yung Senate President, he might want to ask more questions.
Senator Jinggoy, you're lucky, Senator Jinggoy is in a good mood. He's giving you the questions. Senate President, of course, is free to ask.
Thank you very much, my dear colleague, my dear chairman, to our colleagues, Senator Grace Poe, Majority Leader, and Senator Jinggoy. Actually, kalilipad ko, kararating ko lang po from Cagayan de Oro. I was in Camiguin yesterday in Cagayan de Oro. We had to inspect, aside from projects, we turned over some projects. I'd just like to put on record, I'm here not to ask questions, gentlemen, mga kaibigan ko kayo lahat. I know all of you. You guys are my dear friends since congressional days pa. I just wanted to put a good word to the Secretary that he's doing a good job, Mr. Chairman. I see in this budget now, wala na masyado yung mga rock, netting, rock, wala na. Wala na masyado mga, ha? Gusto mo kantahin ko ulit? Okay. So, wala na masyado this budget kasi sabi ko nga kay Secretary, mawawala ang legacy yan ng ating Pangulo pag puro ganun na makikita natin. So, and I'm glad that in this budget that he has a more, it's more project-based, mga tulay, mga kalsada, big ticket items, and we salute you for that, Secretary. Again, in the Senate, you have our support for this, 100%. I've had the opportunity to work with the Secretary when he was Undersecretary, my first term in Congress, first and second term in Congress. He was a very hardworking Undersecretary, nag-acting Secretary pa yan. And he was a dear friend of my uncle, Yusek Aquino. They were very, very close, of the DPWH as well. So, ang akin lang, Sec, yung binanggit ko lang last time, hingila ako ng pabor dahil may airport ako sa Bukidnon, 7 years in the making na, pinuponduhan namin palagi yan ni Ma'am Grace, Lauren, the group, helps me fund the airport. Ang tagal ng, and alam doon ng ating chairman ng Committee on Public Services, unfortunately, pagdating sa implementation sa DOTR, it takes forever. I'm sorry to say this. Sec Jimmy is a nice guy. I love him dearly. He's trying his best. Pero ang galaw dun sa ilalim, iba. Kaya, meron po akong programa para tumaas ang tourism namin sa Region 10, particularly Camiguin. Napakaganda ng Camiguin. I feel that Camiguin is an underrated island. All it needs is a longer runway that A320s can fly. Kasi kung galing po kayong Korea, you want to fly to Camiguin, it will take you 3 flights. Korea, Manila, Manila, Cebu, Cebu, Camiguin. Wala na, pagod na yung magbabiyahe. So, may pondo po ako under my institutional amendments with the help, of course, of our chairman who wants to push for more tourism all over the... He's been to Camiguin, as a matter of fact. Beautiful. He's been to Camiguin.
Beautiful, Secretary. I'm sure you've been also.
Yeah. So, ang kulang na lang is extension ng runway. Natatakot na naman ako maglagay dun sa DOTR with my friends in the DOTR. I know for a fact, and I'd like to ask one of you, Yusek Canlas, is very, kasi nag-usap kami, one time we bumped into each other, meron siyang institutional knowledge na yung pondo, dinownload na, linagay na lang po, posibleng pwede natin ilagay na lang sa DPWH. Kasi, Chairman, ang DPWH parang pulis, mabilis. Di ba? Pag DPWH, pag may project, implement. Kagad. Makes no sense for them na hold yung project. Gusto nila implement agad. Kaya saludo ako sa inyo eh. Dapat ganyan talaga ibang agencies ng gobyerno. May I just ask you second last, Yusek, which were the airports that you mentioned to me one time when we met in passing?
Yeah, with the permission of the chair and my secretary, sir. Yes, sir. When I was the regional director of Region 7 and the airport in Siquijor, sir, we extended the runway and the fund that was directly lodged into the DPWH budget. I think it was 500 million during that time, sir.
Thank you. And I believe nag-usap tayo with Sec Jimmy, di ba? Pati yung sa Cotabato City, Sec, kayo yung gumagawa. Yeah. So, it's possible, Sec, na there's a precedence. It's possible na pwede natin ilagay na sa inyo. Of course, getting technical guidance from the CAP and the DOTR. Is that all right, Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe also my staff is saying Marinduque Airport din yata sa inyo. So yun lang siguro, Sec, may nagbubuyong. Ano pa, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I think it is possible.
Thank you very much, Secretary. That's all I wanted to hear today. I just wanted to put it on record why the people of Camiguin will be very, very happy and tourism can thrive there also as well. We're doing so much to help the province and the region. Kasi region ko po yan, Northern Mindanao.
Absolutely, Your Honor. It's a
Salamat,
very
Sec.
nice area.
I salute you.
Thank you.
I move ka agad. Wala na ba magtatanong? Secretary, okay. Senator Joel pa pala. Sige.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll just coordinate with our very hardworking regional director. She's here. My
Yes.
Ma'am Zenny. How are you, Palanga? Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Much, Mr. Senate President. Sec, tulungan natin ang ating presidente ng Senado. Boss natin yun. Oo, kasi hindi pa ako chairman nilalakad na niya yun. Si Sen. Loren pan chairperson nun. Yeah, so matagal ho talaga. Baka kung anong tulong na maibigay ho natin. Next is our majority leader, who, as we know, has a lot of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I commiserate with our Senate President who flew all the way from Mindanao just to see our Secretary and the DPWH family. Unahin nyo na po yung concerns niya kesa sa concerns namin sa Bulacan kasi matagal na yung kay Senator Zubiri. Parang bata pa ho ako nung nilalakad ni Senator Zubiri yung airport niya. Matatapos na itim pa yung buho ko, SP Migs, no? Unlike some of our colleagues here, I'm still more than willing to ask questions, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Nasa 8 table pa lang po ako, 88 po ito But let me go dun sa binanggit kanina ni Senator Grace dun sa Metro Manila Flood Management Project. If you would recall, Secretary, following Ondoy in 2009, the Philippines sought assistance from the World Bank for the formulation and implementation of the Metro Manila Flood Management Master Plan. Dito po kasi sa master plan na ito, and accordingly, many of Metro Manila's existing pumping stations were built in the 70s, no, and have become inefficient and underperforming. If you look at the master plan started in 2017, the project is scheduled to be completed in 2024. So yun ang nakalagay. So on behalf of our colleagues here at marami po sa ating mga kababayan sa Metro Manila, we wanted to find out if we are on the right track on the completion of the Metro Manila Flood Management Project in 2024, which seeks to modernize, nakalagay dito 36 existing pumping stations, construction of 20 new pumping stations, and improvement of new supporting infrastructure along critical waterways in Manila, Pasay, Taguig, Makati, Malabon, Mandaluyong, San Juan, the great city of San Juan where Senator Jinggoy and Senator JV came from, Pasig, Valenzuela, Quezon City, and Caloocan. Gusto lang namin malaman, Secretary. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. Ito pa yung for the component that is being undertaken by the Department of Public Works and Highways is basically actually the rehabilitation of existing pumping stations and construction of new pumping stations, Your Honor. Ito pa yung rehabilitation works of existing pumping stations. We have completed 4 and 8
4 out of the 20
yes, Your
pumping stations, and yet the target is supposed to be completed in
Yes.
2024. So medyo malayo pa po. Tama ho ba, Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor, but this can be implemented by many contractors actually. So, hindi naman ho ako nito.
So how many pumping stations have been modernized and or constructed? Just 4?
There are, well, 8 pumping stations are ongoing construction. 12 is now being procured. 12 pumping stations being procured. And the fourth batch of 11 pumping stations will be again procured by fourth quarter.
Si Senator Grace is asking per pumping station, how much does it cost? Iba-iba rin ho ba yan?
Iba-iba
Depending
po.
on the ano.
Iba-iba po.
What's the average probably, Secretary?
Magkano ang kanto? Mga, well, I was informed. Yung upgrading po kasi we are upgrading the the capacity of these pumping stations now. And it will cost, I think, anywhere between 300 to 400 million.
Per pumping station. 300 to 400 million. And again, this is an assistance given to us by
the World Bank.
Utang naman ito, no, sa World Bank. May we know, Secretary, how have these pumping stations prevented or mitigated flooding in Metro Manila? Meron ho ba tayong nakita na impact, especially dun sa mga nagawa na?
Yes, Your Honor. I think...
May before and after scenarios na tayo.
Before and after. When before, actually, Your Honor, when Metro Manila was flooded, it will take the flood waters to recede siguro weeks, if you like, at that time. Ngayon, it's only for those areas that have already been yung mga pumping stations, only hours naman, hindi naman nagtatagal ng one day na yung flooding, Your Honor. So,
That's good,
these are the
Secretary.
things,
That's good news, no, on the part of the DPWH response doon sa flood management project ng Metro Manila, despite the fact na marami pa rin yung affected every time may umuulan, no? Tama ho kayo, hindi na tumatagal ng weeks, pero araw pa din, and at the same time talagang may tama pa rin, no? We all agree na may tama pa rin. Doon sa pumping stations na target nitong noon pa natin na hininging tulong mula sa World Bank, nasaan na po tayo in totality doon sa supposed to be should be completed in 2024. So ilang porsyento na po yung nakumpleto natin at ilan pa yung kukumpletuhin natin?
As I mentioned, Your Honor, I think almost ongoing na lahat yung procurement of the remaining pumping stations. And this project, yung rehabilitation of the existing pumping stations will be completed in 2024, Your Honor.
2024, we're still on the right track.
Yes, Your
By
Honor.
2024,
Yes, Your
makukumpleto po. Oh, that's good.
Let me just point out,
good
Your
to hear.
Honor, that this is just one component of the program. Kasi,
Yun nga po, isang component lang, and that's the reason why I'm asking another question, na after the completion of the 2024 project, will there be additional phases? Ano yung mga additional phases at ano yung inaasahan natin for this year's budget na nandyan na?
well, this is the component of the department. So there are components actually that have to be shouldered by the Metropolitan Development Authority. Yung isa sa component po kasi nito, Your Honor, is actually for waste management. The waste management program by the MMDA at saka yung internal drainage. At saka yung internal drainage in Metro Manila, this is more than 50 years old, Your Honor. And the latest assessment on this internal internal drainage in Metro Manila, 70% of the drainage facilities in Metro Manila is 70% silted.
In the future, Secretary, maaari po ba din naming malaman yung may mga probinsya po ba o karatig bayan ng Metro Manila na may ganitong programa? Kasi ito yung parang tinitingnan natin na parang ito yung mabilis na, well, still, no? If you don't have a concrete master plan, parang we can call this also a band-aid solution.
Oo nga po. Yeah. Well, I totally agree, Your Honor, that in addressing the flood control program in any location, it has to be comprehensive.
Exactly.
All components have to be considered.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Secretary. At least hindi ako nag-iisang sigaw ng sigaw dito lagi sa DPWH budget na kailangan ng master plan. And again, let me put into the records of this committee hearing that the Secretary and I agree that there should be a master plan, a master plan that we can look into para pagka merong mga projects na ginagawa o gustong sabihin kahit nino man, senador man, kongresista man, mayor, governor, kung ito'y makaka-apekto doon sa master plan, dapat hindi gawin, dapat i-block natin. Secretary, pupunta ako dun sa isa sa mga paborito kong issue na laging binabanggit sa mga different agencies and departments of the government, no? Kasi kung titingnan niyo po yung JO, job orders, contract of service workers ng DPWH, kayo ho yung pinaka may malaki sa CSC data 29,275. Pero nung tinanong namin ang DPWH, it was higher than the CSC data. Ang binigay sa amin ng DPWH almost twice job order and contract of service, 53,379. You can go to table 13 now. Again, I have 88 tables. Nasa table 13 na po ako. Makita po dyan yung ating programs na ginagawa because again we have been pushing to end endo. I mean my colleagues here, Senator Jinggoy, Senator Grace, Senator Angara, our Senate President hates endo yung ending contract. Pero despite the fact that we are pushing for this, Senator Jinggoy sa kanyang committee, yung private sector is telling us how can we follow suit if the number one violator is the government. We have about 630,000 endo o end of contract of service doon sa gobyerno. And DPWH is not exempted, having 53,379 job orders, contract of service. Ang lagi nating tinatanong dito, ito bang project, ito bang workers na ito, project-based ba to, seasonal ba ito? I mean, if you are taking care of the roads in the country, hindi ba regular job na ito? Hindi ba dapat bigyan natin sila ng regular item? Or wala ba talaga sa regular item yan? But later on, I will also go doon sa mga unfilled positions in government agencies. Because in the entire government, 1 out of 10 authorized positions, hindi rin napifill up. In fact, in the DPWH alone, there are 3,261 unfilled positions. Can we show table number 11? There you go. 2023, 2024, it's the same. Unfilled positions. 3,261. 2 years, hindi yung nagbago. Parang walang nangyari. Parang hindi narinig si Joel Villanueva dito sa Senado na laging taon-taon nire-raise po itong issue. So, we wanted to hear, Secretary, what we can do about this because the 3,261, 14% of positions in the department ng unfilled, no? This is more than the average.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. As of August this year, 2023, the department has a total workforce of 70,000. More than a little over 70,000. And this is made up, as the good senator has pointed out, permanent position is 16,663 and the job orders more than 53,000, Your Honor. On the permanent regular positions, Your Honor, as of August, the total filled up position is 16,000.
Mr. Chairman, we appreciate really the Secretary answering all our questions. Unbelievable. I have not seen a Secretary answering all of our questions in our budget deliberation. Perhaps on this one, Mr. Chairman, we can ask the administration department of the DPWH to answer these questions because I don't think the Secretary would also have the knowledge and all the information that we need from him. No?
Yes, of
Bilib
course.
na ho kami, Secretary, sa inyo. Bilib na ho kami.
Tsaka pahingahin na natin,
pahingahin
disek muna
na
ng
natin,
konti
Secretary.
para-
Can we just ask yung admin, bakit ganito ho? Ano ho ba yung ginagawa na? I'm sure the Secretary, and I will say, and quote the Secretary's statements last year about these particular issues, and he wanted to do something about this. I'm sure he is as disappointed as this representation is. Looking at the unfilled positions, the same pa rin. So we wanted to find out. Let's help the Secretary. We are here to help the department. If we can just ask Mr. Chairman, the admin of DPWH.
Yes, Majority Leader. Anyone from the department can actually answer. So, who is the administrative officer?
Thank you.
Sino po?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yusek Medenilla? Is it Yusek Medenilla?
We will, Undersecretary Medenilla.
Okay,
will-
yeah,
Yes,
ma'am.
please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please, narinig nyo naman yung tanong ho ni Sen Joel, no?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Senator Joel. Ito pong we would like to explain yung vacant 3,261 positions. Sir, this includes about 1,348 na CTI positions, meaning coterminous with the incumbent, meaning we are restrained from filling these positions. Ito po yung result ng RAT plan na pagka nag-retire yung employees, hindi na namin pwedeng fill upan yung positions na to. So these are, some of them are we have some requests na i-convert ito dun sa more appropriate positions that we can fill. So, and then yung remaining, actually ang less than, kung i-deduct po natin yon, ang vacancy rate namin is only about 8%, which is lower than the normal 10%.
The 10% is unacceptable, ma'am, ha?
Sir,
Okay. Sige, the 8%,
yes.
what is it?
Yung 8% naman po, sir, yan, ongoing po yung yung processing.
For 1 year, ma'am, 2023 to 2024. Let's not talk
Sir,
about the 14,
Sir,
8% na lang.
siguro, sir, if we can explain, although the number remains, mga ibang positions po yon, nagkakaroon ng movement yan. So maybe the figure may be the same, but they refer to different positions.
Sige,
ongoing po yung filling up of positions.
Makikisama ako, Yusek, makikisama po ako, and I know that the time of our Senate President and the Chairperson is very important. Makikisama ho ako siguro para lang mapadali yung issue natin dito. Umamin ho tayo, hindi acceptable yan. Gawin natin yung magagawa natin. Next year, tatanungin ko ho ulit kayo. But I have to ask question dito sa 53,379 contract of service. Bakit marami sa mga JOs, contract of service workers natin, ay mga civil engineer? Tinignan ko ho eh. Support to engineering, technical positions po. So kung tinitignan ko itong 53,379 job orders, contract of service, mahalagang posisyon, bakit po contract of service pa rin po sila? Tingnan natin yung table 13. Pakita natin yung table 13 para alam natin na nagmumove tayo sa hanggang table 88 natin. Kung ang mga workers na ito ay para sa mga projects ng DPWH, mahalagang proyekto ng DPWH, at kung tuloy-tuloy naman po yung proyekto ng DPWH, taon-taon meron po tayo, pinopondohan natin. I mean, 53,379? Bakit hindi po sila pwedeng gawing regular na mga empleyado? O yung iba sa kanila ay mag-fill up naman siguro nitong unfilled positions ng ahensya. Kasi po, last year, just to put this on record, last year, Mr. Chairman, I remember distinctly, last year, DPWH, to the Secretary, told us that one of the reasons for the high number of JO and contract of service workers in the department is due to institutional difficulties in engaging the private sector in the maintenance programs of DPWH. So, ngayon, ang question ko, naturally, after a year, have you sorted this out, itong tinatawag na institutional difficulty? If not, what are we doing to address this issue? How can we be of help? Yung binabanggit nyo nga po na CTI positions, restrained po kayo na po pwede nating gawing posisyon na talagang yung kailangan nyo. Nang sa ganun, itong 53,379, nakakatulog naman sila ng mahimbing na merong totoo na ginagampanan natin yung sinasabi ng ating konstitusyon na merong security of tenure dito sa Pilipinas. Bigay ho natin ito. So, yun lang po yung sa akin, ma'am, no? And perhaps yeah, you can answer, and then at the same time, I will ask for submission of data and strategic plan to address this issue. I was personally asked by the President in front of Senator Subiri, our Senate President, to look into this, yung mga duplicity of work, right sizing, etc. And we are about to call a hearing after the budget deliberation on this particular matter because we have seen this, no? This is not happening in DPWH. It's happening all over the entire public sector. Sige po, ma'am, please.
Mr. Senator, doon pong sa 53,379 vacant positions, out of that number, only about, job order, only about 6,465 are civil engineers. And ang data po na to,
Laki pa
ang
rin
number,
nun, mama.
sir,
6,000
ito
civil
po,
engineers.
hindi po ito pareho doon sa number of job order maybe a year ago. Kasi yung pagka po ang vacant ay engineer, continuing po yung hiring namin, we get from the job order. Ang hindi po na-absorb ng DPWH as permanent are those who are not qualified, hindi na-meet yung qualification standard set by Civil Service Commission. Yung pong mga nakakamit ng QS or qualification standards, yun po yung hinahire namin for permanent. Sir, yun naman sa point niyo, sir, na tama po yun, no, na some of our projects are continuing. So in fact, yung meron na po kaming ongoing right-sizing efforts. We are reviewing and we are in fact in the process of requesting for more engineering positions para ma-address ito. Yun po, sir. I hope does that answer the question of the senator?
Somehow, yes, but really, perhaps the last portion of your answer would suffice. And now, Mr. Chairman, I understand why the Secretary wants to answer our questions. Yeah, because he knows what we are looking for. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, pupunta na ho ako dun sa isa pang issue ko. Sabi ko nga ho, I can go on and on until kingdom comes, but I really think this one is very important. Perhaps if you can give us your strategic plan, yung kahit sabihin mo na 6,000 JO at contract of service na lang, pero puro mga civil engineers, hindi ko magandang pakinggan yun, ma'am and sirs, no? So, sige, hintayin ko na lang po yun. Tinanong ko po yung sa JOs and contract of service because kung hindi natin ma-address yung binabanggit na institutional difficulty, what are we here for, no? If we would just see a continuous ballooning of JOs and contract of service. Kayo na nga ako nagsabi, nag-iiba-iba naman yung tao, pero paikot-ikot lang. Pero it appears na from the presentation given to us, the way we received your answer, parang hindi, dire-diretso lang. No? This will continue to balloon itong mga job orders at contract of service workers of the department. So hintayin ko na lang po, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. Another thing that I'd like to ask yung napakahalagang bagay, no, na hindi natin dapat kalimutan sa budget ng DPWH. Ito po yung employment generation. Yung quality of jobs that we can create out of infrastructure projects. You know, last hearing in TESDA, we were so disappointed to find out na, ang dami nagkakatrabaho, nag-graduate ng TESDA, pero 80% po ng nagtatrabaho, below minimum wage ang natatanggap. Noong pong DBCC, ng mga economic managers, they were saying, si Secretary Balisacan is pointing out, emphasizing the importance, yung mga quality jobs, high-paying jobs, etc. Reiterated the importance of fast-tracking the implementation of the budget. Diba? Yung banner ng pamahalaan ngayon, build better, more infrastructure flagship projects. Now, one of the goals of the Build Better More program is to generate over 3 million jobs in 5 years. And to date, 1.5, correct me if I'm wrong, 1.5 million jobs have already been generated since last year. We are now in table 14, brothers and sisters. Job generation, no? Secretary, or anyone from DPWH can answer this question. Can we elaborate the type of jobs that the DPWH is generating, perhaps in terms of localizing employment generation? Is the department actually looking at creating a regular pool of workers na mag-undertake po nito mga infrastructure related activities of the DPWH in, for example, in a particular region, in a particular province? May mga ganun na po ba tayong mechanism, sir?
Your Honor, this is what we are trying to address actually in the right sizing program that we are undertaking, no? Actually, yun po ang po namin, yun ang objective namin, to be put focus on the employment generations and the quality of jobs that we are offering actually in the implementation of the projects. Talagang kailangan po yun. Now, right now, statistically, ang kwanho namin dito is we employ in various categories 3 to 4 employees per million. 3 to 4 employees, to employment generation is 3 to 4 per million. So, direct jobs po ito. Yung,
That's good to hear, no? And am I correct in saying we were able to date, no? I'm looking at the table here.
Siguro.
To date, we have about 1.513 million jobs.
Yes.
Tama po yan, no?
Tama.
1.513 million jobs. Can we also find out anong klaseng trabaho ito? Kasi nalungkot ho ako nung sa TESDA, nung malaman namin, they were getting below minimum wage, no? So, una, gusto nating malaman, at least minimum wage naman po siguro ito na nag-benefit dito sa programa ng departamento, itong build program na, Build Better More program natin, Secretary.
Actually, Sec, if I may interject with your permission, Majority Leader. Ang gusto lang talaga, every department nire-raise ni Majority Leader yan. Ang gusto niyang marinig sa inyo, Sec, I hope you don't mind the intervention, is that you will do something about it. Yun ang gusto niya marinig. Kasi hanggat di niya marinig yun, baka gabihin tayo dito, Sec. He wants to hear a pledge from you and the undersecretaries and the district engineers that you will do something about this. And next year, the numbers will be different. Yun lang naman yun ang punot dulo ni Majority Leader dito eh.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, we will certainly address all these issues, Your Honor. In fact, ang palang ho namin dito is yung skilled and unskilled labor. I think we have to categorize it also. And actually ho yung underpayment ng wages, I think we'll just have to call the attention also of the Department of Labor because sila ho nagmamonitor ho nito eh. Yung sa mga contractors lalo na, whether they're paying actually the right wages. Because we require actually our contractors also to submit actually yung nila manpower.
Sure, they are at least below, minimum wage, no? Yung requirement at least. Otherwise
Yes.
they are they
would be
cannot
violating
they are violating our laws. Anyway, Secretary, so sige, itong 1.513 million at least million ay ito po ay trabaho na nakakakuha at least ng minimum wage. Ang next question ko, Secretary, and I wanted an answer from the department itself. If you are a TESDA certified worker, you have national certification holder, ito po ba nagmamatter sa programa ng DPWH sa construction na sector? Mas nakakakuha ba ito ng mataas na salary, pareho lang, etc.? Kasi I just wanted an independent or a third party intervention who would say it really matters, because that's the industry would be able to say the program of a educational institution actually matters or actually is something that we actually need nitong industriya. So I just wanted to ask that question, no, yung may higher salary ba, meron bang bentahe, meron bang benepisyo yung pagkakaroon ng national certification from TESDA?
Your Honor, actually, Sila ang priorities because these are the qualification standards that we impose, that you have to have the basic training actually. Sila nakakakuha ng mga high-paying jobs actually, Your Honor. Kung minsan nga, Your Honor, yung mga natetest sa TESDA, silang hinahire nila sa abroad.
But thank you, Secretary. No, I will no longer belabor the issue. I think it is important that the industry and the sector is also giving their inputs insofar as developing training regulations, curriculums of the, not just TESDA, no, but also the higher education institutions. The chairperson of the committee and this representation are EDCOM 2 commissioners, and we just wanted to make sure that we are on the right track in as far as implementing our educational reforms are concerned, no? So, Mr. Chairman, nasa 14 table po ako. There are 88 tables, and tinitignan ko si SP at ang aming chairman. Siguro titigil na po ako dito sa ika-14 dahil yung 14 ay pag February 14, alam ko si Senator JB masayang-masaya. So, at nasesenyasan na po ako dito. Alam niyo naman, sanay ho akong makisama. Kaya siguro, Mr. Chairman, without prejudice, of course, of asking questions in the plenary, SP kasi binanggit ko na meron kang marching orders na hindi na ako magtatanong sa plenary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salamat sa ating DPWH. Siguro, i-forward ko na lang itong mga concerns natin sa kanila. Total, I have the trust and the confidence sa ating leadership ng DPWH through Secretary Bonoan. Maraming salamat, Secretary, for your patience, and again, salute po sa inyo sa pagsagot ng lahat ng aming katanungan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Alam niyo, Sec, medyo maganda na yung gising ni Majority Leader sa lagay na yan. Maganda na yung gising niya. Sana sa plenary maganda rin ang gising niya. Pero let's I know you're very serious in pursuing all your advocacies, which the issues raised by Sen. Joel, Sen. JV, the Senate President. Alam ko naman hindi nyo pababayaan yan, Sec. No? And we thank you and your team for really exerting efforts to answer our questions here. And alam nyo naman, trabaho lang ho ito, Sec. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sir, thank you, your undersecretaries. Maraming salamat. Yeah. Senate President, yes?
Yes, I noticed that when...
Mr. Chair, isang hirap na.
Senator JB entered. Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out the seatmates na naman ang naiiwan dito. Yung grupong ito, very hardworking, dedicated senators. Tinitingnan naman nila yung kapakanan secretary ng ating bansa. And again, as I'd like to reiterate, our full support to the budget of the men and women of the DPWH, all the big ticket items. It's good to see everyone here. I hope it was a more pleasant experience than the lower house. Kasi kami dito, medyo alam mo naman, we want to make sure that it's more of a national policy, particularly in the Senate. We have to make sure that your big ticket items are done, implemented, and will be a legacy on your administration, Secretary. So once again, all the USECs, ASECs, RDs that are here, Secretary, mabuhay po kayo. I move that the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways be brought or approved on committee level, brought to the plenary.
Second, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion duly seconded, made by no less than the head of the chamber and seconded by the majority and deputy majority leader. So the committee chair will favorably endorse the budget of the DPWH and attached agencies to the plenary. Salamat po, Secretary. Salamat po sa DPWH family.
Thank you very
Gandang
much.
hapon po sa inyo lahat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, for the continued support to the Department of Public Works and Highways. Thank you po.